Howdy, everyone. I hope your weekend is going well. Are my camera and microphone set up in a reasonable way? Like, does the sound sound like it's coming from an actual place? Hopefully. Let me know if I am wrong. Alrighty, so thank you to all of you for showing up. I hope you enjoyed Rank's stream. Rank's had a bunch of really cool puzzles today, so I enjoyed that quite a bit. The Suguru puzzle was especially notable. The one by Wolfers and Jacob was just A+ puzzle. So if either of those people are here, congratulations. Thank you to all of you again for showing up. Special thank you to our patrons. We very much appreciate you, which is why we have this sort of thank you on the screen. We're getting enough patrons now that we're working on maybe having some scrolling and maybe having some bigger names or whatever. Now that Rank's Patreon screen outdoes ours, we might have to continue in the nuclear war towards ever increasing Patreon screens. But we'll work on it. In the meantime, though, if you want to become a patron, patreon.com/zetamath, that is where you go. If you're not yet subscribed to the channel, I'd greatly appreciate you do so, although that will probably be a more compelling thing for me to say after that. And I'm going to explain the rules for this new puzzle, and I will note that there's going to be digits appearing in this puzzle almost immediately, so if you want, as I explain the rules, you can figure out where the digits are going. But anyway, this is an entropic lines puzzle, which I've been enjoying entropic lines puzzles lately, so we're going to do that. So entropic lines puzzles are all about high, mid, lowity. So they're all about the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. So for these we will call the low digits. Note, by the way, depending on whether you're doing a German whispers puzzle or a entropic lines puzzle, you will call different digits the low digits. So here we have the low digits 1, 2, 3, the high digits 7, 8, 9, and then we have the middle digits 4, 5, 6. The way entropic lines work is that along an entropic line, we have to always have every 3 consecutive digits every 3 consecutive digits along the string have to have 1 high, 1 mid, and 1 low in some order. So yes, what happened is last stream I did a bunch of 2-10th puzzles, so then I went to log my solves of them on Logic Masters Germany, and in so doing, I saw that 2-10th had an entropic lines puzzle that I didn't know about. And as my current kick is entropic lines puzzles, I was like, well, I have to do that right away. So here we are. So now we're doing an entropic lines puzzle by 2-10th. That is how it works. The other rule is that these are quadruples. I assume they're quadruples. I didn't actually read the rules. Do the rules not even say? Oh no, yeah, these are quadruples. So within the cells touching this, there's at least 1 4 and 1 5. In this particular instance, I can promise you that there is 1 4 and 1 5. Here, though, there could be 2 4s, and that's totally okay if there's 2 4s. Okay, so how is this going to work? So the first thing that you can notice right away is that in boxes 1 and 9, there is a given digit. And so why do I say that? It's because I can look at these 3 digits, and I can look at these 3 digits, and both of those strings of 3 digits have to contain a low digit. However, 2 of the low digits in the box are already gone. So 1 and 2 have already left from this quadruple. So the only low digit left in this box is 3, and that digit has to satisfy both this line and this line, which means the only place I can do it is there. So this digit is immediately a 3. And by exactly the same reasoning, this digit is a 6. And so now we get to dance. And I'm told I dance something like this from Rank's stream. So I am going to do my digit dance like this. That doesn't quite feel like what I normally do, but that is my impression of Ransk doing an impression of me doing the thing. Okay, so now, even though I'm not 100% certain that it is going to be useful in this puzzle, we are going to color. And so low digits are going to be blue, high digits are going to be orange, and middle digits are going to be purple, I believe. And so because entropic lines repeat, we know this digit's going to be low, this digit's going to be low, and that digit's going to be low, if I did that correctly. And this digit's going to be middling, this digit's going to be middling, and this digit's going to be middling. So, in fact, if you go ahead and fill in candidates, this is a 1-2 pair. Oh, not blue-purple? What did we do last time? I thought last time we settled on blue-purple and started with something else. I am happy to do any color that is not blue-purple. Just pick one. And then these are from 4 or 5. Okay. Blue-yellow. Okay, so middle is going to now be yellow. Okay. I would have thought yellow and orange would be a problem, but whatever. I believe people who tell me that this is better for them, so I will work on that. Okay, so that gives us a pretty huge start, actually, to this puzzle. So now, what are we going to do with the rest of our lives now that we have this start to this puzzle? I admit I didn't really make it further than pencil marking this in my head when I started this. Well, high has to be orange. I don't think high being orange is negotiable. Blue, green, and orange sounds good. I like blue, green, and orange. If we could, we could do green instead of yellow. That would be fun. Fine. Okay, let's see. Nicholas is interested in row 5. Let's see. So is it what's going on this particular line? These are the same. These are the same. So all 3 of these are the same. Not sure that that's useful. I will say I like Carl's point. We know the color of this point. Because this point sees all the blues in the row and it sees all the yellows in the column. So therefore this is yellow. So this is a 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it has 3 of the same high mid lowity. I just don't know if that's useful yet. But yeah, it has all of whatever that high mid lowity is. So Nicholas's point, just to elaborate, and I like the point, I just don't think we can use it just yet, is that all 3 of these are the same high mid lowity. And so that high mid lowity never appears anywhere else in the row. I just don't know that we can do anything with that just yet. Could be wrong. Maybe there's something we could do with it, but I don't see it yet. Okay. So now I know the color of this cell. Because now I know there's 2 oranges down here. There's an orange here. And so this cell is blue. Again, there's 3 oranges in the column. 2 of them have been eaten up by these. All the yellows have been eaten up by here. Likewise, this cell now sees all the blues and all the oranges, so it is yellow. Okay, so we've got 2 blues, 2 yellows, and so these 2 cells now both have to be orange, because these 2 cells have the same high mid lowity, and I've already used 2 yellows and 2 blues in the box, so these are orange. And so if you like, this is a blue-yellow pair. I'm not sure I actually want to mark that, but it's true that these are a blue-yellow pair. I think it's going to get ugly if I try and consistently mark that. Okay, so now if I look at this string, I know this string has an orange in it. So there are no oranges over here. which means this digit's not orange, which means that digit has to be orange, which then percolates up the rest of the line, which then makes yellows trickle down the line, like that. Again, I needed a high in these 3 digits, and I know that's not high, and I knew this wasn't high because of the oranges in the row, and so that told me that was that. Okay. Now there's 2 yellows, 2 oranges, plus a yellow and an orange on here, so I know both of these are blue, and so I know those are a 1-2 pair. And now by examining this quadruple, I know these are a 4-6 pair, which means they're yellow. Let's see. Kind of don't want to say this, but this seems to be going pretty well. So well, yeah, obviously this isn't yellow. Row 4, column 7, 8. Good point. Okay, Barbie has it. This is, remember I said I didn't want to mark it, but it's a yellow-blue pair, so it's the last yellow for the row. Wait, no, that doesn't... We already knew this cell wasn't yellow. Do I know one of these is blue? Yeah, right, okay. One of these 2 cells is blue. That's the point. So these are different colors, I know, because of the coloring on this string. What colors are they? Well, neither of them is yellow. And I know that because there's a yellow here and 2 yellows here. In fact, the yellow here is a 5, if you want to be super specific. So these are not yellow. These are orange and blue, which I mark only so that I can mark the corresponding cells. These are orange and blue, and this cell is actually yellow. I'm going to not highlight those as orange and blue. But that does mean that yellows are gone for this row. I've used a blue here and I've used a blue here, so blues are gone for the row, and so therefore this cell is not yellow or blue, it is orange, which then percolates down the rest of the line, which then makes these blue. And as is being pointed out by Barbie, we have a 5 in the box. So although I assume this is going to be all coloring, we actually can disambiguate these 2 digits now. So this is going to be 4 or 6. This is 4 or 6. So that is all going to plan. Okay, so now these 3 cells are not blue by Nicholas's much earlier point. Because if they were blue, that would be 4 blues in the row. Let's see, if this cell is blue, it would make that blue. That would be okay. Okay, I don't think I quite can resolve that yet. Let's see. Alima is saying the color of row 4, column 5 is known. Right. This is a yellow-blue pair. No, sorry. This is a blue-orange pair. This is a blue-yellow pair, which means that all of the blues and all of the yellows are gone for this row. So this cell is orange. And so that's going to get us a whole bunch more. Good catch, Alima. We actually knew this whole row, so that's orange. 1, 2, 3, that's orange. And now, as stated, the Nicholas points aren't blue, and the Nicholas points aren't orange, so the Nicholas points are yellow. And so now these points are blue. That's all the blues for column 7. And so that's blue and that's yellow, because remember, this is a blue-yellow pair, which tells us where the 5 is. It's there. That's not a 5. Let's see. So, yeah, these are a blue-orange pair. I knew it was going to be an important observation, Nicholas. I just didn't see how to use it right at the beginning. But I knew as soon as we got something like this, it was going to be very relevant. So now, in fact, all of these points are orange because we've got all the blues and all the yellows for the row. So the 9, in fact, is in one of these cells. And this 7, 8, I can't put 7 or 8 here. So this is a 7, 8 pair. Because 7 and 8 are orange. Now, where's the 8 going on this quadruple? The 8 is now going down here. So we can mark that. Let's see. This column, I have all of the oranges. So this cell's not orange. Yeah, so Tristan points out that's a 9. Wait, nope. Sorry, that's an 8. It's an 8. That's a 9. Sorry. It's an 8 because if I look at my 8s just by Sudoku, this digit's an 8. I just lost track. And then this completes the 7, 8, 9 triple. So that's a 9. So this is not a 9. This is not an 8. Let's see. Okay, where does orange go on this line? I only get one orange, and this digit is the same as that digit. So neither of these are orange, and that's not orange. So this is orange and is a 9. So that's our oranges for the row. Now my column has its oranges done. So that cell is orange, and that cell is yellow. Now the yellows for this column are done, so these two cells are blue. So that's blue, and that's yellow. More just awesome, awesome fun stuff. Let's see. Where else do we find joy in this universe that we find ourselves in? Has anyone seen Raised by Wolves? Very good show, by the way. Just speaking of things that spark joy in my life lately. Let's see. Oh, that fixes the box 9-4. Thank you, chat. So that's a 9. Excellent. All right, so this box needs a yellow and a blue. Okay. It seems not super helpful. This row needs a 7. The 7 in this row is going to go in one of these two places. I can at least say that. So that's not going to be the 7. Actually, neither of those is the 7. So one of these two is going to be a 7. Can this digit possibly be a 7? Maybe. I should pencil mark that these are 7, 8. Let's see. Box. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Alima. Box 6 now only has one thing left. So when I'm looking for rows, columns, and boxes where I can finish the coloring, or where I can do more coloring, I probably should see that this is one of them. So this is orange. It's a 7 or a 9. All of the oranges are done in this column. Let's see. Row 5, column 8. Row 5, column 8 just is a 6 per Nicholas's point. So this is a 4 or a 5. And it's actually, this cell sees both a 5 and a 6, so it's a 4. So these are a 5 and a 6. Let's see. Where else can we go about finding cool things? Let's see. Sam says row 7, column 7 is yellow. It sees all the oranges in the row and all the blues in the columns. Sweet spot. Good job, Sam. So this is one of my favorite coloring tricks. All the oranges in the row are gone, so it's not orange. All the blues in the column are gone, so it's not blue, and so therefore it can only be yellow. And so it is a 4 because it sees a 6 and a 5 for what it's worth. Let's see. Riff Clown says the last, I guess Skunkworks, who I assume is Riff Clown, but could be anyone, says the last blue is placed in box 3 because that cell can't be blue because all the blues in the column are gone. So that's blue. I agree. That's yellow. So that's a 6 right away. And now that means this cell's orange, which is the last orange for this box. So these are blue and yellow. One of them's a 5, of course. Let's see. What else do we have? Let's see. I'll go ahead and fill in. This is a 7 or an 8. I'm trying to keep track of things where there's only one value. These are a 4-5 pair. Where there's a value knocked out of them. I'm not doing the best job of updating that, but we'll see. Row 6, column 8 is a 9, says Alok. How do I know that this isn't the 9? Good point from Garion. The 5 is gone in this box, so one of these two is a 5. So therefore, this cell's not yellow because it sees 4 and 6. The remaining digit's a 5. So, in fact, this is the yellow cell. It's a 5. That's the blue cell. Good spot there. Let's see. So this is a 4 or a 6. So the remaining yellow is a 5 in this column. Let's see. Yeah, so 7. Right. 7, got it. Okay, I decided not to pencil mark this before because it's across boxes, but I should have because it's useful. This quad needs a 7. It's not going down here because of the 7-8, so the 7 needs to go in one of these two cells. In particular, and a bunch of people have been saying this, I just did not understand it until this moment. So one of these two is a 7, so in particular, this is never 7. So that is a 9. This is a 7 or an 8. That being a 9 makes that a 7, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 7, which makes that an 8, which now means that has to be a 7, because I need one on the quadruple. This is now a 9, because it sees a 7 and an 8. That's a 7, so that's an 8, and that's a 7, and that's an 8, and that's a 7. That's a 9. That's a 7. Let's see. These are an 8-9 pair, and I know the order. That's a 9. That's an 8. Yeah, so that was huge. I know many people in chat saw this before I did, but good job. You can pat yourself on the back if you were a fast spotter of this this interaction. Let's see. Yeah, I need an 8 in here somewhere, but I don't know where. Let's see. I must be pretty close on having just all the oranges placed. Okay. This cell can't be orange because it sees 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Oh, actually, I know there's an orange in here, so one of these two is orange. I don't know which yet. Okay, so the yellow in this... Okay, so that's all the oranges for the column. So this cell's not orange, and it's also not yellow because it sees 4, 5, and 6. So this cell is definitely blue, which is all the blues for the row. And I do know one of these two is a blue. So one of these two is a blue 3. So that's all the blues for the box. Let's see. So these two are not blue. They are yellow or orange. But I don't think I know which is which yet. These two cells are not yellow. And they're not orange. So they must be blue. Right? No, that can't be right. Because there's an orange up here, so these two aren't orange. Oh, there's not a yellow up here. That was a lie. There's not a yellow up here. So, yeah, one of these... This is a yellow-blue pair, is the point. But not sure. Good point, Garion. This pencil marked 5 tells me that this is actually a 4, which means that goes 4, 5, 4, which is actually potentially quite useful because it... So now where is the 5 in row 9? I guess I should have asked this a while ago. Where's the 5 in row 9? The 5 in row 9 can only go here. So that's the yellow. So that's the last blue. It's a 1 or a 2. Let's see. And it being a 1 or a 2 makes that a 3. We now need a yellow. That's a yellow, and it's a 5. This row needs a 6. And it needs a blue. But I don't see that as immediately being useful. Let's see. I do still need an 8. I have not ever really processed. I do still need an 8 on this quad. So one of these two is an 8. So none of those are 8. So one of these two is also an 8. And I don't know if that's useful immediately. Let's see. 4 in box 7. The 4 quad is very interesting because I placed a 4 here. So neither of those is 4. Good catch. At least Alima saw this. I think other people might have as well. So the 4 is here. So this is never a 4. And this is never a 4. So that's 6. That's 4. That 6 makes that a 4. Makes this a 5 or a 6, but it's not a 6. So it's a 5, and that's a 6, and that's a 5. Which places the 5 on this quad. This is a 6. Let's see. Oh, the 4 on this quad's actually placed because there's a 4 over here. So actually, that's the 4. This is blue. Let's see. This cell's a 1 or a 2. All right. So that was a nice flurry of stuff in Madougals. The 3 on this 3-5 quad now can only go here because there's a 3 in the row. So this is a 3. This is a 1, 2. So one of these is a 3. So that's a 1, 2. So we have an X-wing on 3s over here. One of these two is also a 3. For what it's worth. Okay, so... Yeah, again, this row needs a blue and a yellow. Oh, but the yellow that this row needs is a 6. And the yellow that this row needs now can only go here. So this is a yellow 6. This is the last blue for the column. It's a 1 or a 2. Now, this column is now done with blues. And this cell, in addition to being not blue, is also not yellow because it sees... oh, wait, no, never mind. Sorry, this cell is yellow because I need to put a 4 in the column. Sorry, I mis-scanned. But I do need a 4 in this column. It can only go here because of the 4 down here, or because of Sudoku, if you prefer. This cell's orange because I need an orange in the row. So this is a 7. This now has to be an 8 in order to make this quad work. So that's the 3 and that's the 3, and this is high. So this will be orange, that'll be orange. These two will be blue. Let's see, that's not a 3 anymore, of course. So this is not a 7 or a 9, it's an 8. This is not a 7 or an 8, it's a 9. This is a 1 or a 2. This column has all of its blues and all of its yellows, so it's just got 2 oranges left to finish off. And these are a 7 and an 8, and we know the order. It's an 8 and a 7. Those aren't that. This bottom row now has all of its yellows and all of its oranges, so it needs a blue. It can have one. The blue goes there. The column now needs an orange, so the orange goes there and is a 9. This row now needs a blue, so the blue is going to go here. The box is now done on blues and needs a yellow, so the yellow is going to go there. That yellow is a 6. This 1/8 needs a 1, so that's a 1. That's a 2. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. Hey, SPQ, welcome. We are having a relatively straightforward time of this puzzle. This has been a very nice little intro to stream puzzle. This is not a 3 or a 2, so it's a 1, and that's a 3, and that's a 1, and that's a 3, and that's a 2, so that's a 1. That's a 3, therefore. These are a 1 and a 2, so that's the 3 for the row. Oh, this 1 looks up, sees that that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 2, and that's a 1. This 1 sees that that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 2. That 2 sees that that's a 1, and that's a 2. Oh, and then we accidentally finished the puzzle. I did not even process that we had finished the coloring, much less that we were about to enter the last digit of the puzzle. But there we go. That was a really, really snappy and lovely puzzle. Big thumbs up for that one. Yeah, very, very sweet. Hey, Qodec, you're right in time. Because did you know that you recently published a Renban puzzle, and so therefore being the Renban family-appropriate word person that I am, we're going to do your Renban puzzle next. Hey, Naverio, welcome. Yeah, this was super fun. I really liked the... I really liked this trick. Oh, hey, there's a quadruple here that takes up 2 of the things, so therefore this has to go here. And so, no, I clearly said Renban family appropriate word, Tallcat. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is a great intro to entropic lines, I think. I don't think it would have been super obvious to me that this digit went here if I had not done a few entropic lines puzzles recently. Yeah, I'm happy to solve some of your latest, Naverio. I've admittedly not spent a ton of time scouring for puzzles. I think I saw one of yours that was doing well on LMD earlier. I may or may not have skimmed it. But I saw you had some sort of sandwich puzzle that I would be happy to do. I also saw that Playmaker 6x6 is out, which is also exciting. There's so much exciting in the things. Oh, that's right, dynamic dots. I do really want to do dynamic dots. How have I not seen that on LMD? Has it not gotten rated yet? I do only look at LMD puzzles that are rated most of the time. But it's not to say I won't do it. I'll do dynamic dots. Maybe Tristan and I should do dynamic dots together and try and make up for our previous experience with dynamic duos. We'll see. All right, but let's continue on to look at Qodec's Renban puzzle. So this is a puzzle where these purple lines are Renbans, and so if you've not seen, these are the new color of Renbans. These are what Renban are going to look like from now on. And so the way Renbans work is that they have to contain a string of consecutive digits with no repeats. So this could, for example, be 4, 5, 6, and it could go in any order. So they're not dotted. So this is like 4, 6, 5. Okay. And so short Renban, the way you can think about it is short Renban act kind of like Kropke dots, where they're saying, there's a contiguous string of digits here. Big Renban actually work more like extra regions, where if you have a really long Renban, then the main constraint is that you don't repeat digits along it. And then sort of the medium length ones are in between. We don't have any really long Renban in this puzzle. Hey, Jonas, welcome. Yeah, I haven't been doing a lot of studying lately. I have my... I have some ideas, but they have not really been coming together lately. But I'm sure at some point there will be more zetamath puzzles. Fear not. But it has been a bit since I set one, I suppose. I guess it's since Modern Romance is the last puzzle, although I have not even put that on LMD. I probably should. Okay. I assume these are intersecting Renbans. It does not specifically say, but I assume these are distinct Renbans. But someone in chat who has seen it will yell at me and say, "No, that's a length 8 Renban. What are you talking about?" If that is not the case. These, I should mention also, are palindromes. All that means is that these two digits are the same digit, and these two digits are the same digit. Don't know what the digit is. No ideas. I think row 5, column 5 will probably be a good bet cell. We'll go with that. Hey, if you've solved it, that'll probably make you even more helpful, Grockles. Yes. If this were a length 8 Renban, that would be a problem because we would be forced to put both a 1 and a 9 on it. So I think this is the place to start, is to look at the 1s and 9s, gazing intently into box 9. Because none of these cells can be a 1 or a 9. So the 1 and the 9 each have to go on these Renbans, and they can't go on the same Renban. Because if I tried to put a 1 and a 9 on this Renban, I would need to put 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on it, and there's not enough line to do that. I would need a lot more line. Do you have a better bet cell? Oh, something like row 9, column 2. I can move the bet cell per the request of people who have any idea what they're talking about. I have moved the bet cell here, so feel free to rebet if you would like. So now another consequence of this, before we get up to the mirror symmetry up here, is that now these Renbans can't have 5s on them, because these Renbans are only 4 long, and one of them is 1, 2, 3, 4, and one of them is 9, 8, 7, 6. So completely the opposite of the usual Renban trick. We actually get that neither of these has a 5. So there are, in fact, there's a 5 over down here somewhere, is what we conclude. And now, by the same logic, the same exact thing is true of these. There's a 1 and a 9 in here somewhere that go on these Renbans. They go on different Renbans. And so the 1 and the 9 get pushed onto these. And so the 5s now live over here. I really like this new purple for the Renban. It took me a little bit to sort of warm up to it. But I like the new purple, and the reason for the new purple is because it's I'm told more visually distinctive than the old purple, particularly for people who struggle a bit with colors. Okay, so now we're supposed to ask, where do 1 and 9 go in this box? Because what I'm seeing is these cells can't be 1 or 9. These cells can't be 1 or 9. So the 1 and 9 in box 5 are pushed either onto these. Oh, no, sorry. There's a 1 and a 9 in the row. Even better. So, in fact, actually, because there's already a 1 and 9 on this, I can't repeat it, so it can't go there. And there's actually this plus mark 1 through 9 that I never would have seen going through the center box. So these are a 1-9 pair, and I definitely know the order because this digit's going to get repeated. So yellow is a 1, blue is a 9. And now we get our digit dance. We'll do the rave dance as I attempt to, with full enthusiasm. You can see the enthusiasm on the face. It's there. We got there. We got there. We got our digits. Okay, so that's going to wipe all the 9s from there, all the 1s from there, all the 9s from there, all the 1s from there. Let's see. So now this digit now is definitely a 1 or a 9 because I can't put both the 1 and the 9 here. Because I put both the 1 and the 9 on this Renban, I, again, am going to have to somehow have like an uber Schrodinger cell that has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, et cetera, in it. So this cell is a 1 or a 9 for exactly the same reason this cell is a 1 or a 9. So we've got more attitude going on. Now, what next? Okay, so now I can ask myself, where does 9 go in this box up here? So 9's going to have to go in one of these 2 cells in this box, just by Sudoku. I didn't do anything. Is there some reason why this digit can't be a 9? Or, alternatively, is there some reason this digit can't be a 9? I don't know, but I'm 99% sure that it is going to turn out that this digit's a 9, because what Qodec told me makes me think we're going to know real soon that this digit's a 5, because I think we're going to place a 9 and a 1, and then the only place for a 5 in this box is going to be here. But that is a very meta... deduction. Hey, OJ, welcome. Glad to see you here. How have you been doing? I haven't seen you too much, and there's a little bit, I think, where you weren't in VC1 too much, and now I haven't been in VC1 too much, and so, anyway, one of these is a 9, also. Continuing. So, one of something with 1s. Okay, here things are better. One of these is a 1. And that's actually a little bit more exciting, I think, because both of these are on Renbans. And one of these is a 1. Let's see. Okay, so the thing we have to show is we have to convince ourselves it can't be the case that neither of these is a 9, I think, is the thing we have to show. So what goes wrong with the world if both of these are 9? If both of these are 9, it means both of these are 1. Is this a problem? I'm not sure if I'm becoming too meta by guessing what has to be the solve path based on the shape. Like, I don't know if I'm sort of like following something that's clearly telegraphed, or if I'm just at the point where I'm sort of meta thinking, if I set this puzzle, how would this work? Let's see. Garion says 1 in box 8 can be placed in row 7, column 4. Having it in row 8, column 4 would break row 9, column 6. Row 9, column 6 would break. Perfect, right? Okay, yeah, so that's gorgeous, Garion. That is really cool. If this is... yeah, there's sort of a blurry line there, isn't there, Wolfers? Okay, so here's the thing that happens. If this is a 1, then this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban. And then this is a 1, because one of these 2 cells is a 1. But then that makes this a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban. And the problem with that is this cell, and this is a thing you always should have in mind when you're doing Renban puzzles, and I just did not look for it. This cell sees this whole length 4 Renban. And so if this digit is from 1, 2, 3, 4, then it means this can't be from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so that means I can never put a 1 here. So I have to put the 1 here. Which means I can't put a 1 here, which means I have to put a 1 here. Which means these are from 2, 3, 4. Either that or they're all 9. What on earth just happened? 2, 3, 4. Thank you, thank you. So those are 2, 3, 4. That now is the 9, because remember, one of them had to be a 9. So these are 6, 7, 8. I can get rid of this coloring and maybe consider if I want to start coloring highs and lows. I don't know if it's actually going to do me any good to color highs and lows. These are 2, 3, 4. Oops, not 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now here's the thing. So now this is not a 9, so now that's a 9 by my pencil marks. Also, I am spotting this digit has to be the same as that digit. So I'm not coloring highs and lows. I'm coloring that these two are the same digit. Interesting. Okay, and so now that green digit's going to get pushed into one of these cells. I'm not quite sure exactly how that's going to be relevant yet. The green digit's going to get pushed into one of these two cells. Also not sure how that's going to be relevant yet. But of course, that means that these are 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, the fact that these are from 5, 6, 7, 8 certainly tells me this digit isn't a 1, because 1 can't Renban its way all the way up to 5, 6, 7, 8 in a length 4 Renban. So that's a 1, that's a 9, that's a 1. Oops, sorry. Yeah, this is a 9. That's a 1. That's not a 9. That's a 9. That's not a 1. These aren't 5. That's not 5. And so, as foretold by the prophets, this is a 5. These are 6, 7, 8. These are 2, 3, 4. I am now spotting, while I'm looking at it, that this cell actually sees all of 2, 3, and 4. So this cell is not 1, 2, 3, or 4. This is 5, 6, 7, or 8. And likewise, this cell down here sees all of 6, 7, 8, 9. So it is from 2, 3, 4, 5. Similar logic. To that. Okay. So this Renban doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it. And so the thing I know, because this Renban doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it, is that it definitely has a 5 on it somewhere. Bye, Playmaker! Probably next stream, Playmaker, I'm going to do your 6x6s, is my plan. So this Renban now needs to have a 5 on it. It can't go in either of these, so one of these two cells is a 5. I don't know if I want to pencil mark that. It seems like it's a tempting fate to pencil mark that. But one of those two is a 5. Okay. So there's a row 9, column 6. Ah, right. I should ask this the other way around, Barbie points out. Where does this digit go in box 9? And the answer is this digit can't go in any of those places. It can't repeat on its own Renban. It's not 1, 2, 3, or 4, so it goes here. So that's huge. So this is a 6, 7, or 8, which immediately lets me place the 5 on this Renban, because now there's a 5 down here, so that's not a 5, so that is a 5. Probably do the same trick with this 2, 3, 4 up here. Ask where it goes in box 1, and find that the only places this can go here are here. Again, nice spot, Barbie. So that is a 2, 3, or a 4. Let's see. I probably am soon going to be able to do things with this green digit. Oh, why did I never write down that this was 6, 7, 8? Anyway, these two are the same. They're going to get to be yellow together. So this is not yellow. That's not green. One of these two is green. Doesn't immediately seem to help. But I'm sure it does in a way that I have not yet appreciated. Okay. So I should probably mark that I know these two are the same digit. Although I'm loath to do that because I don't know if these are the green digit or not. Should I unmark the green digit and mark that these two are the same digit? I'm not sure yet. I know that the green digit in column 9 can only go in one of these two places, for whatever that's worth. Let's see. Garion is looking at the Renban in box 3. Saying it can't have a 5. Let me see why it can't have a 5. Okay, there can't be a 5 there. I don't think I see why these can't be 5. What do I know? Where am I supposed to be looking at 5s that I've not looked at 5s yet? Not quite enough up here. Do I know this? No, sorry, there's a 5 down here. I'd not appreciated the 5 down here. So, in fact, the thing I'm supposed to do is place a 5 there. Because 5 by Sudoku, if I actually looked at it, goes here because of the pointing 5s. And once I've placed that 5, now the 5 is over in one of these two cells, and so it's certainly not on this Renban. So this Renban is either all numbers that are less than 5 or all numbers that are bigger than 5. And Garion's point, which is beautiful, that I want to get to, is this can't be 2, 3, 4 because that would put 2, 3, 4 here, 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 and here, and that would give us a 2, 3, 4 quadruple. And despite the fact that finding a 2, 3, 4 quadruple has been good in about half the puzzles we've done lately, this is not one of the puzzles where having a 2, 3, 4 quadruple is good. So these are above 5, and the only numbers above 5 they can be is 6, 7, 8. That is a really good spot. So these are from 6, 7, and 8. So now the rest of the box is from 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 5. So those are both from 2, 3, 4. And now we've got a 2, 3, 4, 5 quadruple in column 9. And so this remaining digit has to be a 6, 7, or 8. Just by quad math, if you will. So now, where is yellow in column 9? Those two are both not yellow, so that one is yellow. That is gorgeous. Okay, so now, where is yellow on this Renban? Yellow has to go there. Qodec, you shouldn't have. You got me a coloring puzzle. I am touched that you thought of me in this way. So that's yellow, that's yellow. One of these two is yellow. I don't yet know where. There is a 6, 7, 8 triple in row 4 per Nicholas. So these are from 2, 3. These are from 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, okay. So now I knew two other 6, 7, 8s were the same. Oh, the two 6, 7, 8s I knew were the same are now marked as the same. I was thinking, now I get to color the other 6, 7, 8, but I don't actually get to color the other 6, 7, 8. I mean, I could start coloring this 6, 7, 8. I know at least where it goes in a couple places, but don't know exactly yet. I'm looking at this 6, 7, 8 and noting that... No, okay, I don't know that I want to try and color all of the 6, 7, 8s, although maybe I do. Because I'm noticing now if I color this one, I can actually color all the ones in this column. Okay, we'll make this one orange. So then we'll make this one gray. So now this is gray, and this is orange, and this is gray. I just want to see if this leads somewhere, because it'll be fun if it does, and it won't be... It will not be fun if it doesn't lead anywhere. One of these two I know is gray. Where is gray in box? This is huge. Where is gray in this box? Gray is here. So this Renban has a 6, 7, 8 on it. Okay, so I think this is actually a good thing to do. I think this was not a fool's errand like I thought for sure it was going to be. So this is not a 5, so it is a 6, 7, or 8. And so it's green by the box, so that's green. Sorry, not green. Green is the wrong color. Don't listen to me. Green is not the right one. It's orange. Orange. This is a 2, 3, 4. And it's actually the green 2, 3, 4 by Sudoku. Because now this can't be 2, 3, 4 anymore. So that's the 2, 3, 4 of greens. Now, by the way, one of these two is 7, I should mention, and then I should color them red instead. One of these two is 7 because of the Renban, so yellow is not 7. Sorry, yellows are not 7. So anywhere it is relevant, yellow is not 7. Let's see. Okay, so this is not gray or yellow, so it's orange. This is now not... yellow or orange, so it's gray. I now need a yellow in this row, and the yellow in this row can only go here because these aren't yellow. So that's a yellow. It's a 6 or an 8. 6 or an 8. This is a 2, 3, 4. Hey, Chili, welcome. We are having lots of fun coloring this delightful Renban puzzle, courtesy of Qodec, who very kindly decided to allow Zeta the fun of coloring. Okay, so we're going to use purple and another color here. What other color do I want there? Okay, I think I can use purple and red. I've been requested not to use purple and blue. And the reason I think purple and red is okay is that red and orange look very similar, but the reds will all be pencil marked 2, 3, 4, and the oranges will all be marked 6, 7, 8. So even if you can't tell apart the orange and the red, which on my television I definitely can't, the pencil marks will tell you which is which. Now, that said, do I actually know where to place any of these things anywhere? I may have colored the wrong one. I think I probably colored the wrong one. I don't think those are the ones I want to color red and purple. Because I don't think I could place them anywhere. As of yet. Let's see. There needs to be an orange down in one of these two cells. Let's see. Row 7, column 6 is orange. Says, yeah, just by the row. Where is orange going in the row? Barbie has a good point. Orange in the row can only go here. That's awesome. So that's a 6, 7, or an 8. And is orange. So now where is orange going in this row? Well, it's not going any of these places, so it's going there. So that's orange 6, 7, 8. So now one of these two cells is orange. I don't think I know which one yet. Uh, now we can ask where gray is in row 9 per Carl. And so gray in row 9 is miraculously not any of these places. How it works out this way is amazing. Okay, so that's gray. So if you bet 6, 7, or 8 on the bet cell, you are still in the running. If not, come back for the next puzzle, and you'll have another opportunity to win the fabulous prizes. Okay, a bunch of people are now pointing out. By the way, welcome, Rick, as well. I think I saw you here last time, but yeah. Anyway, so now I look at this column and ask where orange goes. Orange can only go here. So now this is orange. Just to finish up the oranges, I think we've now placed all the oranges. So that's pretty cool. Now gray is placed here. So this is yellow. Just to make that work. So now yellow is placed here. Just to make that work. So now... oh, I don't have orange in box 9. Oh, I bet I can figure out how to place orange in box 9, though. Thank you, Tristan. That was a good catch. I don't know how I lost that one. Welcome back, Genevieve. Glad to see you here again. Okay. Gray in column 5 is placed, says Garion. Sure is. Gray in column 5 now has to go here. Okay, and now here's where I can make a point that I saw made in chat by Rick, which is that this can't be an 8 because there's no orange on here. And if this Renban wanted to have an 8 on it, it would need to have all of gray, orange, and yellow on it. But in fact, it only has gray because it has no orange and no yellow. And so that means gray has to be 6. And now because of the way that this all worked out, we don't have a 7 or an 8 on this Renban. So this Renban has a 3 and a 4 on it. Those are the other two places. Okay, so let's make all the grays. Let's make all the grays 6. Let's try that again. Let's make all the grays 6. And now that tells us that yellow is 8 by our previous remark. And so orange is 7. Okay, so all good things. We've got lots of digits now. All right, so now we have a 2, 3, 4 triple in row 7, which is, I believe, what Nicholas is pointing out. One of these two cells is now a 2, because this cell can't be a 2. So green is not 2. This cell's not 2. So now these are what? These are an 8 and a 5. Yeah, these are a 5-8 pair. Do I know anything about this 5-8 pair? So if this were 5, this would be 4. If this were 8, this would be 9. Oh, it can't be 9. How do I have a 9 here and it's not colored? Oh, 9s are never colored in this puzzle. This can't be an 8, because if this were an 8, this would need to be a 7 or a 9, and there's both a 7 and a 9 in the row. So this is not an 8, it is a 5. Which means now this is a 4 or a 6, but it's not a 6, so it's a 4, which means that is the 8. 8s are colored, 8s are yellow. So we'll get our yellow here. And now we will glance upward, and we will be able to place an 8 in yellow here for this box. Now this column is still missing a 2, 3, 4. This one is not a 4, so it is a 2 or a 3. For what it's worth. This cell is a 2, 3, or 4. Just for the row. I'm eyeballing green to see if I can ever do anything with green, because I would like to break green into another place. Uh, oh, as is being pointed out by Carl, I should have probably seen this. I placed a 4 here, so therefore that's a 3 and that's a 2. And now that 3 percolates up here and says that's a 4. This is a 3. And so now I'm missing a 2 for this box. These aren't 4. Green is 4, by the way, as it happens. Okay, so my question that I'm curious about is, should I have been able to place more greens? Did I miss something, or was I just supposed to only focus on the 6, 7, 8s for the time at the beginning? This is a 4 or 5. This is a 4 or 5. But that 4 looks down and tells us that that's the 5 and that's the 4, so that's green. So these aren't 4. Very, very cool puzzle. I am as always in awe of the things that Qodec produces. Okay, yes, you're only supposed to color the 6, 7, 8s. I see. Okay. 2, 3. Okay, 2, 3, and then this is a 4. Yep. No, this is not a 4. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I don't have a 5 in this row yet. That's what's missing. So that's a 5. This is a 2 or a 3. I need a 4 up here. I don't need a 5 there, because that's not a 5 anymore. That's the 5. Let's see. Okay, this row needs a 2, 3, 4, but it's not a 4. This is a 2 or a 3. That's all the 2, 3, 4s for this box. So this must be the 6. It's really interesting that just the way it ended up, you ended up coloring 6, 7, 8s and not 2, 3, 4s. How did that asymmetry show up? Is it because of this? It's because of this Renban, isn't it? This Renban let us start coloring those, I think. 2, 3 pair here means this is a green 4. There's a 2 in the column, so this is a 3. So this is a 2, 5 pair for whatever that is worth. This 4 looks up and says that's not a 4. Also, there's a 4 in the box and all that other stuff. The only place for a 4 on this Renban is here, so that's a 4 and is green. Now, this is a 2 just by Renbanosity. I can't repeat a digit on the Renban, so this is the 2. This digit is not a 5, so that's the 5. This digit is a 3. We've got a 3 and a 4. There's a 2 and a 3 and a 4. That 3 comes over here. That's a 2. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that sort of asymmetric thing where you color one side and then just everything sort of falls into place like this. This is a really smooth puzzle. And a 3 and a 2 and a 3 and a 3 and a 2. Woo! 2 great puzzles to start, and 2 puzzles that were done in under 40 minutes each to start, which is very unusual for this stream. So maybe the people who were debating at the beginning whether we would do more or fewer than 15 puzzles today, maybe we will do more than 15 puzzles. Yeah, this felt like this was intended to be a pretty quick puzzle, or at least maybe intended is the wrong word, but it felt like this would naturally lend itself to being a pretty quick puzzle. Because there's so much symmetry, so you really only have to solve half the puzzle, more or less, to get started, and then sort of everything unravels as you look through these. Of course, there were lots of like, oh, there's a hidden gray in this row, column, or box, and so it's... When we're finding lots of those things, it's hard for me to judge how long it would take if I was doing it myself, because I don't know if we're finding one of many available hidden blank and blank and blanks, or if there's exactly one to find and we're just finding it because there's a bunch of eyes on it all at once. So it's possible that this would have in fact taken 75 minutes to do by myself if the scanning was helped by chat. But yeah, very nice logical progression. Very nice difficulty level, very smooth solve. Yeah, good puzzle. All right, so I'm going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back with more puzzles. So hang around, and I will see you shortly. Thank you again to all the patrons. We can applaud for the patrons. Thank you very much, and enjoy the music that Tristan chose for the Be Right Back screen today. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have an ambiguity puzzle. I should mention, by the way, thank you, Ranks, for mentioning. If you do like the stream, it is very useful. It is quite annoying, I know, to like minimize or scroll down and click the button, but it really does help if you click the like button. So I greatly appreciate those of you who do it. Appreciate that. All right. This is a a puzzle where there are lines. However, all of those lines have been blocked out. Like you're supposed to visually think of this as like a redacted classified document. Thank you for taking aside the 10 seconds. I really do know how annoying it can be to have to do that. So this is a Sudoku with lots of lines, but the lines have all been redacted. And so what it means that they've been redacted is you don't know what kind of line they are. So under here, there's either a purple line for a Renban, or a green line for a Whispers, or I don't even know what color an anti-factor line is, but it could be an anti-factor line. Okay. So what are these kinds of lines? Yeah, both moving the mouse button and clicking, and then you have to click again. You probably have to click like 3 times. It's a lot to do. But we appreciate those of you who take the time to do all of that clicking for us. All right. So yes. So we have decided that anti-factor lines are rainbow. So some of these lines have been rainbow. So I'll say what each of those things is separately in a second. But I also want to mention that there are a couple of specific rules. Row 1 uses row 1 uses exactly 2 Renbans. And every row, column, and 3x3 region uses at least 2 different kinds of lines. So it's not possible that all of these lines have the same type, whatever type that might be. Likewise, every box, etc., etc. Okay, so what are the line types? There's Renbans, which are the things we did before. So they are consecutive digits in any order. So 6, 7, 8, 3, 4, 5. This would be a string of consecutive digits. This would be a valid Renban no matter how I fill these digits in. So that would be okay. A German Whispers line is one where the digits adjacent to each other differ by at least 5. So if I had an 8, I could go down to a 3, and then I could go up to a 9, then I could go down to a 2, up to a 7, etc. They can differ by 5 or more. The thing about German Whispers lines, if you've been here since we started and we did that entropic lines puzzle, Whispers lines always alternate between high and low. High being 6, 7, 8, 9, and low being 1, 2, 3, 4. So we might do some coloring, we might not, who knows. But Whispers lines always have to sort of alternate in that fashion. Is it hard for you to see the digits? They show up fine for me, but I would believe that depending on what colors you looked at, or how you perceived colors, that this could be very, very difficult to see. I'm not sure there's anything I can do about it. I'm trying to think if there's I'm not sure that I can do anything sort of spur of the moment. I could attempt to recreate this in F puzzles, but we'll do our best to shamble through it and see if we can make it. Okay, and then there are anti-factor lines. And so digits along an anti-factor line of length n may not be any multiple or factor of n other than 1 and must sum to a multiple of n. GeoGesser. Welcome, GeoGesser. Are you Jessica, or are you a different GeoGesser fan? Well, I suppose it's very likely your name is Jessica. It's really more a question of, are you the Jessica I know, or are you a new Jessica for me to meet? All right, so we have to repeat that to ourselves 50,000 times. Digits along an anti-factor line of length n may not be any multiple or factor of n other than 1, and must sum to a multiple of n. Okay, so Tristan did mention you were thinking of starting your own GeoGuessr stream, which would be exciting to see. Yes, that Jessica. Okay, so So, like, for example, if one of these is an anti-factor line, then we're saying there are no 3's on the line because 3 is a multiple and a factor of 3. And then the sum of the digits on the line is a multiple of 3. Yes, which would mean they were all the same mod 3, which is not possible. So how do I know it's not possible? It's because in row 1, we are told explicitly there are 2 Renbans and 1 non-Renban. And so the Renbans use up a multiple of 3, a number that's 1 more than a multiple of 3, and a number that's 2 more than a multiple of 3. That's because every 3 consecutive numbers do that. And so in particular, if I look at the 2 Renbans together, and I don't know which 2 are the Renbans, I just know that 2 of them are Renbans. The 2 Renbans together, they use 2 multiples of 3, meaning there's a multiple of 3 left over, which has to go on the other line. And so that line can't be an anti-factor line, because it would be an anti-factor line of length 3, and that does not work. So, what does that mean? That means that row 1 has 2 Renban and a whisper. And as Afraid Not is saying, that Renban is quite restricted because it has to have its complement has to be 2 valid Renbans. And so that doesn't have a whole lot of options. Hey Jay, welcome. So I don't know how helpful that is, but the conclusion is this row is 2 Renbans and a whispers. I'm trying to think if I can do something with column 5. This could just barely be a whispers, unfortunately. You can make an 8 long whispers. You can only do it in one way, though. Let's see. David always likes the bet cell. Let's see. Where is a good bet cell for this puzzle? We're going to pick that cell as the bet cell. Row 7, column 9. Okay, so this can't be an anti-factor line either. Because if this were an anti-factor line, it would have to be 8 different digits, but it could not use any of the factors of 8. So it could not use 2, 4, or 8. However, there are not 8 digits that are not that are not 2, 4, or 8 that are valid in a Sudoku. So this is also not an anti-factor line. It is also a Renban or a whispers. So these two are a Renban whispers pair. A phrase I don't think I've said before, but these are definitely a Renban whispers pair. One of them is a Renban and one of them is a whispers. If this is the whisper line, then that is a... Wait, it can use n? No, n is definitely a factor of n. So it could not use 8, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 8 is both a factor and a multiple of 8. So I believe it cannot use either. It just says other than 1. It doesn't say other than n and 1. It could be a Schrodinger cell. It's always possible. But yeah, so either... Yeah, so this is very restricted regardless of what it is. So either it is a Renban, in which case the thing that's left over is a 1 or a 9, or it is a whispers, in which case the thing that's left over is a 5. So we do know that this is always a 1, 5, or 9. Anti-factor lines do sum to a multiple of n. So I would need to sum to a multiple of 8 in this instance. Okay. I have not previously done any puzzles with anti-factor lines, so I don't know if this is a somewhat standard constraint or not. Uh, so interestingly, if this is 1 or 9, then it has to be a whispers. Oh, I guess that's true by lots of reasons. So I was thinking the 1 and 9 have to be on a whispers in this whole row, but maybe doesn't tell me a whole lot to go on right away. Let's see. Yeah, betting on S cells from the person who I first saw S cells from is really useful. Yeah, this can't be a double Renban because that's not allowed by the rules. So, can this line be a Renban? So, okay, I guess this is a good question. Can I have a length 6 anti-factor line? So if I wanted to have a length 6 anti-factor line, it would have to be 6 digits that were not 2, 3, or 6. So there are only 6 digits that are not 2, 3, or 6. Do those 6 digits sum to a multiple of 6? I can't imagine that they do. Let's see. So what do I get if I take 45 minus 2 minus 3 and minus 6? That would be 35. 35 is not a multiple of 6. Yeah. So if this were an anti-factor line, there are exactly 6 digits that could fit on it. However, those 6 digits do not sum to a multiple of 6. So this is never an anti-factor line. And so, like so many things before us, this is either a Renban or a Whisper. Now, do we know which it is? So I might do this actually. All of these, we've proven all of these are a Renban or a Whisper. So I'm going to put a green purple slash through all of them. All of these are Renban or Whispers. Hey, Kurabon, welcome. Yeah, so we have to have a Renban Whisper pair in box 1. I am sure of that. Just by the rules, we know that. I'm trying to decide. Yeah, I don't know which is which. I think someone said that they were confident, but I'm not sure. Because I think if this is 4, 5, 6, I think it leaves lots of options for this to be a Whispers. And if this is a Renban, I can just not use up, say, 1, 2, and 9, and then this could be a 1, 2, 9, and everything would be fine. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if there's any way we're ever going to know that something is an anti-factor line. Because what we know is every row, column, and 3x3 uses at least 2 different types of line, but it could always be Renban and Whispers. It's probably not, but I don't think there's any way we can sort of like Sudoku our way into guaranteeing that something is a factor line, unfortunately. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a length 9 line. But unfortunately, this length 9 line could very well be a Whispers without problems. Let me read very closely. I assume they can have repeats. Yeah, I think they can have repeats. Sadly, a 9 length line could be literally anything. So 9 length is not super restricted. 8 length we saw is at least somewhat restricted. This is another 8 length one, although this 8 length one maybe could be an anti-factor line because we can repeat stuff, which is a problem. Because my argument that this 8 long line couldn't possibly be an anti-factor line was there aren't 8 different digits that I can put on it. There are only 6 different digits I could put on it. But here that's not a problem because I could put 6 different digits on it and then just repeat some without it being a problem. Let's see. The length 7 one being an anti-factor line would be a very natural thing to have happen. Let's see. I'm trying to look at this like it's trying to see if we can do any sort of Sudoku stuff. Like, could we say that this can't be a Renban, for example? Because I'm looking at, like, if this was a Renban, this digit would have to go in one of these 2 cells, because digits can't repeat on Renbans. I'm trying to decide if that's somehow a problem. But it doesn't seem like it's a problem, as far as I'm able to tell. There is a length 9 line, Nicholas. It's this one. Unfortunately, I think I'm convinced the length 9 could be literally any of Whisper's, Renban, or Anti-Factor. And sadly, there are no length 10 lines. Because I would know what a length 10 line was, probably. Or at least I would know down to a couple possibilities. It's not that length 3 lines can't be anti-factor, Garion. It's that I can't have a length 3 anti-factor line in row 1 because the rules specifically tell me that 2 of the things in row 1 are Renbans. And so each of those length 3 Renbans, whichever 2 it is, use up one multiple of 3. So the other line, the one that's not a Renban in row 1, has a multiple of 3 on it. So it is not an anti-factor line. But this line could be an anti-factor line, exactly like you say. It could be 258, for example. Okay, so Insanity Cat asks if these could be the 2 Renbans. With the implication that they can't be, but I'm not sure I see how to prove that these can't both be Renbans. Let's see, if this is a Renban, this is a Whisper. So if this is a Renban, this would be a Whisper. That would be a Renban, this would be a Whisper. Makes my head spin. If the 3 cells in box 1 is a Renban, it breaks row 1. Hey, Awila, welcome. Okay, let's try and figure this out. Okay, so if this is a Renban, this is now a Whispers. Okay, so is this all hinging on this? If this is a Whispers, then this is a 5, so this is a Renban. So now this thing would have to be a Renban without a 5 on it, if it's a Renban. Let's see, sorry, let me try and look at this the other way. If this is a Renban, I don't quite get it. In box 1, if the length 6 line is a Whispers, the length 3 line must be 4, 5, 6. Right. It couldn't be something like 5, 6, 7 because it has to have 3 highs and 3 lows on it. So I can only remove 1 low and 1 high. So if this is a Whispers, it has on it everything except one low and one high and 5, and the only way to put one low, one high, and 5 on a Renban is to make this 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I agree if this is a Whispers and this is a Renban, this is 4, 5, 6. So if this is ever a Renban, this is 4, 5, 6, which means this is also a Renban, because this now can't be a 5. So this would be a 1 or a 9. So this would be a Renban. Sorry, no, this would be a 1 or a 9. Go Renban, Renban. This would be a... Sorry. Wow, I cannot keep track of this in my head. Okay, so if this is a Renban, it's 4, 5, 6. That is that much I go for. Okay, so if this is a Renban, it's 4, 5, 6. Which means this isn't a 5. Which means that this is a Whisper. So it's a 1, has a 1 or a 9 in the middle. So then this is a Renban. This is a Renban. Okay, I still have not figured out how we've broken yet. Oh, it's because I can't have a 4, 5, 6 Renban in row 1. Because if I have a 4, 5, 6 Renban in row 1, what's my other Renban in row 1? That's the way to look at it. If I have a 4, 5, 6 Renban, the only other Renban I can make is 1, 2, 3 or 7, 8, 9, both of which use up either all the remaining high digits or all the remaining low digits, and then you can't have a Whisper line anymore. Okay, finally get it. Let me explain that carefully because it took me so long to get. So if this is a Renban, this is the thing that's not going to happen. If this was a Renban, it would have to be 4, 5, 6 in order for this to accommodate a Whisper line. But now I need to make one of these two a Whispers line, and I need to make one of these two a Renban line, and whichever I make a Renban line, it's either going to be 1, 2, 3 or 7, 8, 9, and both of those will break my ability to put a Whispers in this row, and by the rules, I need to put a Whisper line in this row. So this is not a Renban. This is a Whispers line, which means this, because boxes can't have only one type, this is a Renban. Is a Renban. There we go. Okay, and so this being a Renban of length 6 means it has, say, 4, 5, and 6 on it. Okay, so now there are 2 Renbans in row 1, we are told, so these must be them. So this is... So now, because this is a Renban, if I look at column 5, this is a Whispers. So because it's a Whispers, it doesn't have a 5 on it, so that's a 5. And now there's only one way to make a Whispers of length 8, which is to put 4, 6 on the ends, leading into 1, 9, leading into 3, 7, leading into 2, 8, right? Did I do that correctly? I think I pencil marked that all correctly. Directionary is very strict that there's no dancing for this 5. It does come from Whisper logic, and it does feel weird to dance for 5s that come from Whisper logic. Okay, I think I did this right. Because the 3 7s have to go next to 1 9s, because if the 3 7s are only next to 1 9s and 2 8s, so once I've put the 3 7s there, yeah, okay. So if you want to prove that this is the only orientation that you can make this, first ask where 4 and 6 go. 4 and 6 are each only 1 away, or are each only 5 away from 1 digit. So for example, 4 is only 5 away from 9, 6 is only 5 away from 1, which means you have to put the 4 and 6s on the ends. Now, of course, they're only 5 away from 1 digit, so that means you have to put that digit next. So those are 1s and 9s. Now, 3s and 7s are only 5 away from 2 digits. 3 is only 5 away from 8 and 9. And 7 is only 5 away from 1 and 2. But we already have put the 1 and 9 down, so if I do not now put the 3s and 7s, then I'm not going to be able to place both 3s and 7s. So I'll put them down, and now the only things left are 2s and 8s. Okay. And yeah, we showed already, this is not a 456 Renban. So this is either a 567 Renban. Okay, I guess we now have two different proofs that this is not a 456 Renban. One proof is that this is not a 456 Renban because then this is a 123 or 789 Renban, which would break the whispers. The other is that there's a 46 in the box. So whichever of those proofs you like, this is either 567 or 543. So those are the only ways that I can make this work. So I think the Whispers always has both a 1 and a 9 on it because I can't fit 1 or 9 on either of these Renbans. If I try and put... Let's say I try and put 1 on this Renban, then this would be 1, 2, 3. The only low digit left would be 4. I'd have to put 4 somewhere on this Whispers. It'd have to go at the end, but then I need another low digit. So, yeah, so both 1 and 9, if you like, are up here. I agree with that. Okay, Alima says this can't be a whisper line. So let's try and argue through why this can't be a whisper line. Oh, right. Because there's a 5 on it. Gorgeous. That's really cute. Where does 5 go in box 3? Well, it doesn't go on the Renban. It goes on here. And spoiler, 4 and 6 are only 5 away from one number. 5 is only 5 away from 0 numbers. So because one of these jajillion digits is a 5, that tells me that that this is not a Whispers. And so it is an anti-factor line. Those are going to be gold for us. And so that means that it doesn't have a 7 on it. So that means this Renban has a 7 on it. And so that tells me what this Renban is, because it doesn't have a 7 on it. And we said it's either 567, which is not, or it's 345. So this is, in fact, 345 as a Renban. And now that means that this is... Yeah, so that means now 1 and 2 both have to go on this Renban. Or sorry, both have to go on the Whispers, because where are 1 and 2 going? They can only go there. And so now this digit, that's going to be the 9. And these digits are going to be 6, 7, 8. Great job on getting there, chat. That was a real team effort to get that collection of information. So this is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For whatever that's worth. Okay, so what is this digit mod 7 now? So these digits sum to 21. So these digits sum to 24. In total, they need to sum to a multiple of 7. So this needs to be 4 mod 7. 4 is the only thing it can be. So that is a 4. And that we can go ahead and dance for. I will dance for that. We got the anti-factor 4. Someone will double check my math and tell me if I added that wrong, but I'm pretty sure 21, so 24. I'm using here, if you've not seen this, the fact that all of the digits in a box always sum to 45. So the fact that these are 21 means these are 24. I need to get up to a multiple of 7. The only one I can possibly hope to reach is 28, so this needs to be a 4. Chat has pointed out that now I have a 3-4 pair up here, so that lets me fill in the Whispers line very carefully. 7, 2, 8, 3, 9, 4. Like that. So I know none of these are 6. At the very least. Okay. Now, this 4 and 7 are interesting, because the only way this is ever a Renban now is if it's exactly 1, 2, 3. Yes, Kuraban also saw that this was a 4, which is awesome. Okay, what are the digits that are left in this box? Let's go ahead and write them in, even though I admit that pencil marks are a little bit difficult to see, but we'll go ahead and put them in. We've got a 2. We've used 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we need a 7, 8, and a 9. Not admittedly a ton of help there. Like, I think almost anything is possible with that string, unfortunately. Let's see. Okay, what do we do with our lives now? Oh, let's see. Insanity Cat believes this is if this is 1, 2, 3, then this line breaks. So if this is 1, 2, 3, then this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would need to be 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay, so is it possible that this is an anti-factor line with 5, 6, 8, 9 on it? So 5, 6, 8, and 9 add to 28. So 28 here. So I would need these two to add to a multiple of 7 without being a 7. And no combination of these digits, I believe, adds to a multiple of 7. Can't use the 7. 8 plus 9 is not a multiple of 7. 2 plus 8 is not a multiple of 7. 2 plus 9 is not a multiple of 7. Wow, okay. So this is not a Renban line. I agree. So... Oh, but it's not an anti-factor line of length 7. It's an anti-factor line. It would be an anti-factor line of length 6. Sorry. Thank you, chat. This line is 6 long, not 7 long. Okay. So if this were 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, this digit would be, well, it would have a 6 on it. And so it would not immediately, because it has a 6 on it, would not be an anti-factor line. So anti-factor line breaks immediately. And it can't be a whispers because it can't have any low digits. Right. So if this is a Renban, it completely breaks the ability of this this to be anything. It can't be a... Wait, could this itself be a Renban? So if this was 1, 2, 3, no, it would not be able to get a 4, and it would need a 4. Right? Yeah, if this was 1, 2, 3, again, these digits would be 5, 6, 8, 9. And then this would be 2, 7, because I could not repeat the 8 or the 9, and the 2 is never going to connect. Okay, so, again, just to go through that logic more concisely, if this is a Renban at all, it's 1, 2, 3. Because there are no other digits that 4 or 7 make work. That makes this the remaining digits, 5, 6, 8, 9. However, no combination of things works with this being 5, 6, 8, 9, and this line is just broken. So this is not a Renban. This is either a whisper or an anti-factor line. Now, if this is an anti-factor line, it has to be exactly all of the numbers mod 3 that are congruent to a certain thing. And it can't be the ones that are 1 mod 3. It can't be the ones that are 0 mod 3. So it'd have to be the ones that are 2 mod 3. So if this is an anti-factor line, it would have to be exactly 258. It would have to be exactly 258. That's the only way that I can possibly make this work. In terms of math. So the question is this being 258, is that broken? What does that put over here? That puts a 1, cannot be 1. If you put it needs to sum to a multiple of 3. So what that means, because it needs to sum to a multiple of 3, all 3 of these are either 1 mod 3 or all 3 of these are 2 mod 3. And because some of the 1 mod 3 numbers are used, I can never put a 1 mod 3 number on this line. The proof of this is basically this. I can't use 0 mod 3. So I have to use 2 of 1 mod 3 or 2 of 2 mod 3. That is, I have to repeat just by a pigeonhole principle. And so once I use 2 of 1 mod 3, what's the last one? Well, then the last one also has to be 1 mod 3 just to make it add to a multiple of 3. If I used 2 of 2 mod 3, what would I need? I'd need a third 2 mod 3. And so I can never sort of mix and match on an anti-factor line that mod 380. So this would be 1 3 something and something. 1 3 9. I'm not seeing that this could not possibly be a whispers. It would need to be 1 3 9 and 6. Yeah, so that would be a 6, a 1, 9 3, whatever. I think it's possible that this is not an anti-factor line. I think we should probably look elsewhere. Is the point. So this thing doesn't have a 4 on it. So if this line is a Renban, it needs to be 987654. Sorry, 9876... Wait, it doesn't have a 4 on it at all. It can't be a Renban. There aren't 6 consecutive digits in order for this to work, because it would need a 4. Any length 6 string involves a 4. So that means that this is also either an anti-factor line or a whispers. Same basic story there. Okay, so the question is, can this possibly be an anti-factor line? So if this is an anti-factor line, I'm trying to sum to a multiple of 6 without using any multiples or divisors of 6. So the things I'm locked out of using are 2 and 3 and 6. So this would be a 2, 3, 6, because I need to put the 2, 3, and the 6 in the row somewhere. I'd have to put them here, and 2, 3, 6 is not anything. 2, 3, 6 is not an anti-factor line, and 2, 3, 6 is not a whisper. So good point, Gary, and this is never an anti-factor line. This is always a whisper line. Very nice. Okay, so that means because this is a whisper, one of these is a 2. So neither of these is a 2. So this is either a Renban or it is an anti-factor line. If it's an anti-factor line, this is a 7 and a 9. So amusingly, if this is a Renban, it definitely has an 8, and if it's an anti-factor line, it definitely doesn't have an 8. And that is the story of that line. So this line necessarily has 2 highs and 2 lows in these cells. Oh, here's the easy question. Where is 5 in row 4? 5 in row 4 is over here, because it's not on a whisper line. But 5 isn't on a whisper line, so this is not a whisper line. It's an anti-factor line. And as previously stated, as soon as this is an anti-factor line, because of the row, it's always 2, 5, 8. It's the numbers that are 2 more than a multiple of 3. So now where does the 6 go in this row? It has to go here, followed by a 1. Now, this digit now needs to be a 3. No, sorry, 3 is not a digit. This digit needs to be a 9, because 9 is the only high digit left in the row. This digit needs to be a 3, because 3 is the only low digit left in the row. So that's the 2. And this digit is an 8 or a 9. Just to make this work. So there's definitely a 7 over here, for whatever that's worth. The things you learn around here in Sanity Cat, the things you learn. That 3 has fixed the 3, 4 up here. For whatever that's worth. This is not a 2 or an 8, so it is a 5, actually, because we have a 2 and 8 in the box already. So these aren't 5. This is a 2-8 pair, interestingly enough. Probably does something in the box, but who knows what. This isn't a 6 anymore. There's a 9 down in one of these. In fact, there's a 9 in one of these 2 cells now, just by Sudoku. Yeah, the pencil marks really like to disappear in this puzzle. Hey, Ken, welcome. Yeah, the pencil marks are more metaphorical than useful. Unfortunately, if this is an 8 or a 9, this works either way. Because if this is an 8, then this is an anti-factor line. If this is a 9, it's a Renban. Oh, I accidentally removed 4 pencil marks. Thank you. What was I trying to remove? Oh, who knows? I was trying to remove some other kind of pencil mark. But thank you for letting me know. It is very easy for me to accidentally remove pencil marks, and then that screws us up like way later, and I don't know what happened. The 5 in box 8. Good point. Okay, so there is a 5 in box 8, I'm being told. Yeah, this has been a very interesting puzzle so far. We had 2 quick puzzles, and now we have this puzzle, which has been this has been slower. Okay. So this Renban has a 5 on it, so it's not a Whispers, although it never could have been a Whispers anyway, I suppose, because there are 3 low digits in the column already. So this thing is either a Renban or an anti-factor line. Now, if this is an anti-factor line, let's check. This is an 8 long line. Could this be an anti-factor line? And so we would not be able to use 2, 4, or 8, but we could hide the 2, 4, and the 8 up here. I kind of suspect... Oh, actually, sorry, even better. Okay, this can't be a Renban. Andrew has the key spot, because it can't have a 4 on it, and it's too long to be a Renban without a 4. So it is an anti-factor line, which means now I can ask the question, where does the 8 go? Very nice spot. So this has to be an 8, because I can't put an 8 on an anti-factor line of length 8. So this is a 7, 9. So it is an anti-factor line, not a Renban. Let's see. Let's fill in these digits. These are a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, 6, 7, and a 9. These digits are not 7 or 5. They're 1, 6, or 9. These digits are not 9. That might be all I get out of life. What's the sum of all of that? Is that interesting to ask? Maybe I don't want to think about it yet, but I'm going to ask myself just to find out, and then I'll forget. Okay, so 45 minus 10 minus 7 would be 45 minus 17 is 28. So currently the sum of these is 28, I believe. And so 28 is 4 mod 8. So I need these to sum to a number that's 4 mod 8. I don't think that's interesting yet. I kind of suspected it wasn't going to be, but then I did it anyway for reasons that I cannot explain. So I guess I can fill in what are the digits on this thing in this column. Maybe that'll be helpful. So this thing is definitely not a Whispers anymore, because I've used the 9 and I have not used the 4. And so if this were a Whispers, it would have to have a 4 on it. In fact, this has a 4 in it in one of these 2 slots. It's definitely not a Whispers. Take your pick. Whatever argument you want. This is not a Whispers line. So this is either a Renban or an anti-factor line. Oh, but it's not an anti-factor line because it has a... No, sorry, 6 is not a factor of 9. Never mind. Okay, so this is a Renban or an anti-factor line. Okay, how do we know which it is? This is of length 9, so if it's an anti-factor line, it can't have 3s or 9s on it. But that's not super useful. What digits does it definitely have on it? Oh, it definitely has both an 8 and a 1 on it. And by virtue... Oh, wait, no, sorry. It's length 9. It can have both even a 1 and a 9 on it. Oh, it would have 8 on... It has 8 on it twice. No. Darn it. Sorry, my brain is not working today, apparently. I don't think I know whether this is a Renban or an anti-factor line yet. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Both ways you learn something about row 6, columns 7, and 8. What do I learn about those things? I am going to mark that there's an 8 over in one of these cells for future consideration. So, from what you're saying, Derek, it sounds like I don't learn anything about what's missing, because those don't have anything in common. Is there something I'm supposed to spot out of those? Row 9 in box 7 must be 137. Can't sum to 4 or 20. Okay, so this is worth investigating. I'm not sure if I'm going to be convinced of this immediately or not, but Kurban says, if you actually think about the possibilities, remember we know this needs to sum to a number that's 4 more than a multiple of 8. So what are the possibilities? It could sum to 4. Well, it obviously can't do that. It could sum to 12. Which, wait, 137 doesn't even sum to, 137 doesn't sum to 12. 137 sums to 11. So I think there's something slightly wrong. So I think there are maybe a few ways to make this work. It is true that this has 2 even digits on it, as Jay says, because there's no 8, so and it's summing to an even number in total, so there aren't 3 even digits left. The only even digits left are 6 and 2. So there is a 6 or a 2 on here, and then 2 odd numbers in order to make that work. I think Totally Normal Cat saw something over here that I did not quite, and then I think Derek was also hinting at it, but I think I didn't get it. I think I was too dense. Oh, that's right. Can't have a 2. Good point. 2 is not a legal thing to put on this line. So 6 is the only thing that can go on this line that's even. So there's definitely a 6 down here. So this is not a 6. Yes, 2 is a factor of 8, as some of us may have forgotten. So it means 6 is over here somewhere. So yeah, so there is a 6. Yeah. So 4 minus 6 is 6 mod 8. So I need the 2 remaining odd digits. So I need 2 odd digits that sum to a number that's 6 mod 8. So those digits are either 1 and 5 if the sum is going to be 6. If the sum is going to be 14, then they have to be 5 and 9. Oops. And then the sum can't be the sum of the 2 odd digits can't be more than 14, because the next thing would be 22, and I can't do that. So there's always a 5 and a 6 on here. So this digit's never a 5 either. So this is either 5, 6, and 1, or 5, 6, and 9. So 5 and 6 are always here, is the point. This one's not 6, though. That one's not 1. That one's not 9. This one's not 9 either. So this digit's always 5 or... This digit specifically is always 5 or 6 as well. So if this wants to be a Renban now, it has to be low. It has to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't see any immediate problem with that. Hey, Alex, welcome. Let's see. Garian says in box 6, if the line is a Renban, these are 3, 5, 7, 9. I agree, because those are the digits that are missing. So this would be 3, 5, 7, 9 exactly. The other option is that it's an anti-factor line, and then it can't have a 9 on it. Okay. I'm not sure what I get out of that, but I'm sure I do. Let's see. See, 8 can't be on the N shape in this row at all. Okay, so says Alima, everything is rulable, outable. Okay, so let's do the work. Let's try and rule outable everything here. So if this wants to be a whispers, it has to have both an 8 and a 7 on it. And 8 and a 7, but no 1. So the 7, where would it go? The 7 would need to probably go... Yeah, the 7 would need to go at an end. So it would have to go 7, 2, 8, 3, exactly. Okay, what's wrong with 7, 2, 8, 3? I've put a 2 here. Let's see. So I should note there's a 2 in one of these cells. Okay, I do need to put a 7 next to a 2. The 7 has to go in one of the ends. So yeah, so this is not a whispers. Okay, thumbs up, I agree. It's not an anti-factor line, because if it has an 8 on it... Sorry, we're talking about what happens if this is an 8. Hey, Loretta, by the way. If this has an 8, it's not an anti-factor line. It's not a whispers. And if it were a Renban, it doesn't work either, because there's a 6 and a 9 in the box already. So there's never an 8 here, actually. So that means 8 is actually placed here. That is a really good spot. So these digits are not 8. And now this is some sort of line with an 8 on it. let's see. Could it possibly be a Renban, given that 5 and 6 are gone here? No. If I have a Renban with an 8, it needs both a 5 and a 6, and it cannot get a 6 anywhere. So this is not a Renban. So this is either an anti-factor line, or is itself a whisper line. Let's see. So if this were a whisper line, this would be a 2 or a 3. Oh, no, it would be exactly a 2, because this digit would need to be a 7, because 8 and 9 are going in the column. So this would go 2, 7, but then I think it's fine. I think it could finish. Like, it could even have a 9 there, and I guess it would have to go 2, 7, 2 even, but I still don't see a problem with this. I guess I could ask myself the question, okay, so here's a point. I've not put 2 or 4 in this box, so there's definitely a 2 or a 4 on this line, which means it's never an anti-factor line. So this line is always either a whisper or a Renban. And it can't be a whisper, actually, because if it were a whisper, it would need 2 high digits, and there just aren't 2 high digits left. So this is actually definitively a Renban. And it's a Renban that has a 2 or a 4 on it. Okay. The 7, therefore, has to go here. Because I can't put a 7 on a Renban if I'm not allowed to put a 6 or an 8 on it. So that's a 7, and that tells us that this is an anti-factor line. Because I can't put 8 and 7 next to each other on a whispers line. I probably don't need to elaborate a whole lot on that deduction. So that tells us exactly what this is. It is 2, 3, 4, 5. These aren't 2. So now this needs to sum to a multiple of 5. Currently, these already sum to a multiple of 5. So these 3 cells sum to a multiple of 5. That's definitely not at all appealing. I know this can't be an anti-factor line, because both of those are anti-factor lines. So this is always either a Renban or a whispers. Okay, could this possibly be a Renban? 5 and 6 are gone from the box, and it can't have a 9 on it. So if this is a Renban, it's a very low Renban. It's from 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't immediately seem to tell me what it is, but it's something. Let's see. Okay, so if this is a whisper line, this has to be the low digit. Because this sees 987 in the column and 6 in the box. So actually, no matter what, this is always from 1, 2, 3, 4. Because it's either a 1, 2, 3, 4 flavor Renban, or it is the other one. I don't think you can add mod 4 numbers and mod 8 numbers and mod 3 numbers. And it certainly, if you're going to make an argument that that's not possible, it sounds like a proof by cases that I don't really want to do. Is there a slick reason why that can't happen, Directionary? Or are you just going to look through the cases? Because I guess there are only no, I guess there's not 2 cases. There's 4 cases. 4 is too many cases. Because there's 2 cases for what this could be as a Renban, 2 cases for what this can be. And then you could look up what this is, but then that does not sound like fun. Same for row 8, column 1. Right. As soon as this is always low, this is always low. Thank you, SPQ. So actually, unconditionally, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. So we've actually got 4 different numbers coming from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the column. That's interesting. Uh, uh, 8 in box 1, asks Nicholas. Oh, not over here. So 8 in box 1 is now in one of these two cells. I don't think I know which one yet, but it was more restricted than I had appreciated. Let's see. Hawila says it can't be a Renban. I'm not sure if Hawila has just tried all the cases or not. No. Hawila has the slick way to do it, which is to say that is really clever. If this is a Renban, it never has a 7 or an 8 on it, which puts both a 7 and an 8 on here, which is a huge problem because then in order to stay at 0 mod 5, I have to put a 5 on it, but I can't. So this is never a Renban. That is gorgeous. Huge thumbs up for that. So these can't be 4 anymore because this is a Whispers. So this is always a 7 or an 8. Sevens are allowed to repeat on anti-factor lines. Digits can repeat freely on anti-factor lines, but the thing has to sum to a multiple of the length of the anti-factor line. Yes, thick is a good word for this puzzle. Let's see. 7, this would be a 1, 2. I think the puzzle looks great until you start putting digits on top of it, but I think this puzzle is old enough that it's before the CTC app, so I bet this looked a little better in F puzzles. That's my guess. Like I have been doing a fair number of fairly ancient puzzles lately. Like by ancient, by Sudoku terms, means like more than 4 weeks old. And if you go back not too terribly far, then you predate everyone using Sudoku Pad as their app of choice for solving Sudokus. And so every once in a while you run into one that doesn't render as prettily. And it probably rendered prettier in the original version. Okay, 3. Yes, okay, so... Oh, wait, you're saying 3 can't be over here? Oh, right. 3 by Sudoku goes in one of these two cells, which tells us the middle digit is an 8. Thank you, legitimate businessman. So one of those two is a 3, therefore this is an 8. That being an 8 means that's an 8 by using the Nicholas pencil mark from earlier. We will remember the Nicholas pencil mark always. So now there has to be a 4 up here and a 7. And so once I know there's a 4 and a 7, 4 and 7 sum to 11. So I need another 4 mod 5 number, and so that number has to be a 9. So this has to be 479 exactly, which resolves what this is. So this is 156. That's a 7. Speaking of things that are 7, that one's not 7. These aren't 7. That 156 means this is a 2, 3 pair like that. That gives us an X-wing on 2s between boxes 1 and 7. It is amazing that I saw that with the pencil marks. So that means the 2 in column 2 has to go here. So that's not a 2. we already know that the 9s are not in these two places. In fact, that's a 4. Let's try that again. That's a 4. That's a 9. That's a 7. This removes 7 as a pencil mark from there and there. Let's see. 4 is going as a pencil mark from here and here. Let's see. Yep. Oh, 7 is now placed in box 1, because 7 now in box 1 can only go here. Which fixes the 7 and the 9. Which now means... Oh, I already knew one of these two was a 6. Never mind. Let's see. I know what these 3 digits are. Let's write in what these 3 digits are. These 3 digits are a... Well, one of them's an 8, so this is not an anti-factor line. They are 2, 3. We got a 4, 5, 6, 7. We got an 8 and a 9. So this is not an anti-factor line. It's also not a Renban line. That's too many digits. Oh, sorry. There's one more digit. This is also 2, 3, 8, or 9. Okay. But this thing definitely has either a 2 or an 8 on it, so it is not an anti-factor line. It also has at least one of 2 and 3 and at least one of 8 and 9, so it's not a Renban. So this is a whisper line. To make that work. That's the only thing that works. I don't know what kind of whisper line it is yet. I don't know where the high and the low have to go, I don't think. But it is definitely a whisper line. Oh, I know this isn't the 9. How about that? I can say that too. This is not a 9. It's not a 3 either. This is a 2 or an 8. Just in terms of pencil marking, if I pencil mark gooder. So there's definitely a 3 and a 9 over here. And so in particular, the 3 and the 9 has to go in the middle. So I can't put my 3 and my 9 on the outside because they're different high-lowities. So this cell's always a 3 or a 9. Hey, Panthera, welcome. All right, we seem to be making pretty good progress, but we still have some things to do. Oh, welcome back, Niv. Yeah, this is a really good puzzle. I am quite enjoying this one, although it's definitely giving us a run for our money more than the earlier puzzles did. Oh yeah, this can only be high if it's a 7, and this is a 2, so this is never a 3. I guess we can get out of is Nicholas's point. If this was a 3, this would need to be an 8 or a 9, and it can't be. But this could be a 7 with that being a 2, I believe. So agree. All right, have we ruled any numbers entirely off of this line yet? It feels like it would be nice if we ruled numbers entirely off of this line. Well, unfortunately, we know we have a 2 and an 8 over here, and we know there are no 2 8s anywhere else. We know it's got exactly 1 4 on it. Right. Niv has a good point, which is as soon as Nicholas got us that this isn't a 3, then of course this isn't a 2 either. I guess we can pencil mark column 6. It's in the range where I'm squeamish about it, but there are lots of things looking at it, so let's just do it. Okay. 1, 2, not 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8. And we've got a 9. Okay, these cells can't be 2 or 8. That might be all we know. These cells can't be 4. That might be all we know. Options for... Can rule 2 and 8 out of row 8. Ah, good point. Good point. We have a 2 and an 8 looking at that. Which is actually very interesting, because I hadn't appreciated. There's also a 2-3 pair looking at this cell. So if this cell is high, it's a 7. If it's low, it has to be a 1 or a 4. So this cell's actually only ever from 1, 4, or 7. What's not an anti-factor line? Ah, 1, 5, 6 triple in box 8. 1, 5, 6 triple in box 8 means that this is not a 1 or a 6. So that's a 2-8 pair, in fact. How do you know what it sums to? I'm very confused. These are 3, 9. How do you know these are 3, 9? Oh, right. Okay, sorry, I'm being incredibly slow about this. I now understand the point that is being made by chat, which is if this is an anti-factor line, these digits have to be 3, 9 because I can't put 3, 9 on the line. So these would be 3, 9, which would mean that, and I'm going to trust the math here, this would sum in total to 40 because you now know exactly what's on it. You know that there's a 1, 4, 6, 2, 8 there. You know there's everything except 3, 9, 2, 8, 4 there, and that doesn't sum to a multiple of 9. So this is not, in fact, an anti-factor line. I'm going to trust chat math there. And so this is a Renban, which means it needs the things that aren't here, which means it's a 3, 7, 9, and a 5. Okay, I now understand the thing that was being talked about in hushed tones before. So therefore, these digits are a 1 and a 6 to finish the box. So that being a 1 and a 6 is huge because it gets us a 4 there and a 9 there. So that's not a 9 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. So 1, 6 pair. That's not a 9 anymore. Gives us a 1, 6 pair here. So let's see. And now here is where the scanning gets extra tricky because of the coloring. Let's see. What else does that do? If anything. Maybe not. I know these two 1-6s are the same 1-6 for whatever that's worth. Oh, 4 in column 1. 4 in column 1 now only goes here. Good spot, Carl. So that is a 4. So that is a 3 and a 5. Let's see. So if this is an anti-factor line, it needs to be 1, 4, 7. And it can't be because this would have to be the 1, and this can't be 4 or 7. So this is never an anti-factor line. This is always a Renban or a Whispers. Let's see. Can I rule out one of those? So, let's see. If this were a Whispers, this couldn't be a 6. No, sorry, this could be a 6, because that would have to be a 1. Darn it. I don't think it's immediately clear that if this is a Renban or a Whispers, but it's definitely a Renban or a Whispers for what it's worth. I kind of want it to be a Whispers so that I can know that this isn't a Whispers. An 8 at row 9 in box 9. There would not be an 8 there in one instance, which is if this is a 9, then this would be a 2 and a 3, and then this would be the 2, I believe, is the possibility that has there not being an 8 in one of these two, if I understand correctly. I may be missing a factor, but as I understand it, that's what's going on. Let's see. I should probably fill in these digits. 1, 2, not 3, 4. We need a 5 and a 6, not 7. We need an 8. Happy to clarify, and I also realize this is not the easiest to look at grid and parse what is going on. That was way too many options. I was hoping that at least some of them would fall off, but none of them seem to have fallen off. Okay. I do know one of these has to be a 5. Column 7, row 6 is not a 1. Okay. If this was a 1, this could be high, but it can't. Okay. So, good point. So if this is a 1, so this is SPQ's point. If this is a 1, there's two possibilities to consider. One is that this line is a Renban, in which case it would need a 1, 2, 3, but that's a huge problem because this cell can be neither 2 nor 3. Okay. Other possibility is that it's a Whispers, in which case this goes 1 and then a high digit and then a low digit. But what low digit is this going to be? Well, it's not going to be 2 or 3, and it's not going to be 1, so it'd have to be a 4, but that would only work if this cell could be a 9 and this cell can't be a 9. So this is in fact a 6. That was a great spot. Okay, so this is always a 6. And now as soon as that's a 6, I know this isn't a Whispers anymore for the exact reason, sorry, don't listen to me. I was about to say some nonsense. Because if this is a Whispers line, that needs to be a 1. So this is never a 2 in any universe. Because if this is a 2, then I can't, it's not a Whisper relation, and they're too far apart to be in a Renban together. So this could be 6, 8 with a 7. I think that's still okay. This could be 6, 1 with a 7. Is it going to turn out this cell's always 7? Or it could be 6, 5 with, and then this would be a 4 or a 7. So I think if I did that correctly, this cell's always a 4 or a 7. Okay, let's see. I'm being told that it can't be an 8 because it would break row 1, column 7. Right. This is a 6, 7, 8. And so if this were an 8, it would need to be a 6, 7, 8 Renban, and it can't be that. So this is actually a 1 or a 5. So it could go 6, 5, 4, I believe. Or it could go 6, 1, 7. Okay. Now, if this wanted to be a Renban, it would need to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And I certainly can't put 2, 3, 4 here, because that would not leave me with enough rows to finish this. So this is not a Whispers. Sorry, this is not a Renban. So this is either itself a Whispers or an anti-factor line. If this wants to be an anti-factor line, I would need to avoid putting 2 and 4 and 8 on here. But I can probably hide all of 2, 4, and 8 off of it. Let's see. Someone is saying there's a reason this can't be 6, 5, 7 as well. But I don't see it yet. Oh, it is worth pointing out this digit's definitely not a 6, for what it's worth. Oh, can be 6, 5, 7. Oh. Well, it's already marked as being able to be 6, 5, 7, can't it? Let's see. Nicholas says it's impossible to hide 2, 4, and 8. Let's see. So you could hide 2 and 8 here and 4 here, couldn't you? So the anti-factor rules are very confusing, but here they are. You can have more than one Whispers in the same box, Nicholas. So anti-factor rules. So this is, for example, a length 5 anti-factor line, and the length is what matters. So I'm not allowed to have a multiple or factor of 5 on here, which you'll notice 5 is the only such thing, so I don't have any 5s on here. And then the sum of this line is 15, 19, 26, 35, and 35 is a multiple of 5. So those are the two things of an anti-factor line. The sum needs to be a multiple of the length, and no entry on the line can be a multiple or factor of the thing on the list. Oh, this 2, 8, right. I cannot use both 2 and 8 in here because of that. So this 2, 8 definitely goes on this line. Great observation, SPQ. And so since this 2, 8 goes on this line, it's not an anti-factor line. So it is a Whispers. And now because this is a Whispers, this has to be a Renban because I can't have all Whispers in the box. So this is a Renban. And so this goes 6, 5, 7. Now that I know this is a Whispers, well, I actually know that's a 4, that's a 9, that's a 3, that's an 8, that's a 2, that's an 8. Let's fill out the rest of this whole business. These aren't 8. That one's not a 2 or a 5, so it's got to be a 6, followed by a 1 again. The bet cell is a 1. Oh, why not 4 in row 8, column 7? Where did I go? Sorry. Oh, sorry. You're right. Okay, so I stand by everything up until this point, but I thought there was only one option for the Renban, but there's not. There's 2. This could be a 4 or a 7. Sorry about that. Good point. We do, however, have a 4-7 pair. This is not a 5 or a 2. It's a 6 or an 8. This is not a 5, 6, or an 8. It's a 1 or a 2. This has got to be a 6 or a 7 in order to work. But it's not a 7 because there's a 4-7 pair. So this is a 6, which only goes next to 1. Now there's a 6 in the box, so that's an 8. So that's a 2, and that's an 8. So that 6 gives me that's a 1. That's a 5. So this is not a 5 or a 1, so it is a 6. That's a 1. That's a 6. Let's see. All right. This is not an 8 anymore. This is a 3-9 pair, so that's not a 9. This is always... Oh, so in fact, this is a 2, just by looking at how life works. So that's being a 2 means that's a 7. That's a 4. That's a 9. That's a 3. That's a 5. These aren't 5, so that is 5. That's a 3. Let's see. 7 and 9 are already in the column, so that's a 3. That 8 looks up and sees that that's a 2, and that's an 8. These are a 7 or a 9. Okay, and that's going to be resolved by the fact that that's an 8, so that's a 7. So this is not a 7 or a 3, so it's a 9. So that's a 7. So now this column, that's not a 7. This is not a 7 or an 8, so it's a 6. So that's an 8. We have a couple cells here left. We still need a 2 in the column, so the 2 has to go there. We still need a 9 in the column, so the 9 has to go there. In this column, we still need a 4 in the column. I don't know where that goes yet. And we still need a 5 in the column. We don't know where that goes yet, so this is a 4-5 pair. Here I need a 1 in the column. That's going to have to go there. And then I need a 3 in the column, and it's going to have to go there. So these aren't 3 anymore. So that's a 4, 5, 6 triple. Let's see. Oh, we've got some more stuff going on over down here that I have not fully appreciated. Let's see. What am I supposed to see here? One of these two is a 6. Yeah, the digits are not very easy to see in this particular thing. 6 in column 2 is in one of 2 places. Row 6, column 1. I've already filled in. Row 6, column 1 is a 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Great point. So that makes that a 2, makes that a 3. That 2 looks up, makes that a 1. The 1 looks down, makes that a 5. That a 6. That a 1. The 1 comes up here, makes that a 2. So now that's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 4. And that's a 3. Oh, I'm not done yet. That 4 makes that a 5 and that a 4. And then we're done. Woohoo! That was a really cool puzzle. It's very interesting there, sort of like at the start is actually really pretty tricky. You really have to sort of wrap your brain around how all of these things are going to interact in order to figure out exactly how this is going to work. But it really primes you to think about everything for the rest of the puzzle, because once you've thought through the break-in, you kind of understand how these things work, and then you can start sort of putting together the rest of the pieces. Very nice puzzle. Glad I picked that one out of the depths of history, so to speak. I'm going to take a quick break, get a drink, and then I'll be back, and we can do another puzzle. See you all very shortly. If you're not subscribed yet, now would be a great time to do that. And if you have not yet liked the stream from today, now would also be a great time to do that. And if you want to be extra generous, you can go back and comment on all the old VODs, because then YouTube will like them more. But anyway, I will be right back. Just hold on just a second. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Thank you to to Jonas and to Sudoku Skunkworks for subscribing. Very much appreciated. Every little subscriber counts. Oh, and welcome back, Reckles. I heard you are not feeling well, so I hope you feel better soon. Chili, I saw in chat, so let's do a chili puzzle. We have here. Let me explain the rules. So we have 159 rules. 159 rules, this is the indexing thing, if you've seen this before. So columns 1, 5, and 9 are special. And so in column 1, whatever digit you put in the pink automatically gives you a second digit. So if this is a 7, it automatically gives you that is a 1, for example. Apparently I never put the lights on today? Who knew? Didn't you make me a birthday puzzle, Chili? I swear I've done chili puzzles on stream before, but maybe I've done chili puzzles off stream. So 7 here, I put a 1 here. Same way if I put an 8 here, this column is the 5th column, so it's indexing 5. So an 8 here would put a 5 here. And likewise, if I put a... Okay, Alima says, or self-referencing, if I put a 9 here, it puts a 9 here. That is itself. You don't really like putting 1s and 5s and 9s in column 1, 5, and 9 because they don't give you anything. They're the ugly stepchildren of the digits. Alrighty. Then, these are killer cages. Now, normally, a killer cage would have a total in it, but in this puzzle, we don't have digits. However, all the cages, if you sum the digits in them, have the same sum. So there is one mystery sum that all of the cages have. So again, no idea what the sum is, but there is a mystery sum that all of them have, and digits can't repeat within cages. Okay, so the place to start, I think, is here. And that's because of, and this will harken back to the entropic lines puzzle if you've been with us all day. In a 159 puzzle, if you look at the 3 pink digits in a box, they always have 1 low digit, 1 medium digit, and 1 high digit. Now, they don't have to be in this order, but I can't have 2 low digits, or 2 high digits, or 2 medium digits. And the reason why is, what box is this indexing the 1 into? A low digit is putting a 1 in box 1, a medium digit is putting a 1 in box 2, and a high digit is putting a 1 in box 3. And so I can't put more than 1 1 in box 1, or more than 1 1 in box 2, and so on. There's always a low, a medium, and a high digit. Now, the absolute minimum that these could sum to would be 1, 4, 7. So that's 12. And the absolute highest they could sum to is 3, 6, 9, which would be 18. So if I just record the total down here, it's always between 12 and 18. However, if you look over here, you can do better. Because if I look at this 5-cell cage... well, that's got to have at least 5 distinct digits in it. And 5 distinct digits, bet cell for Grackles. The feel better Grackles bet cell. This 5-size cage has to have at least 5 distinct digits. And so the absolute minimum it could sum to is actually, if it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which would sum to 15. So actually the minimum is not 12. The minimum is at least 15. So already the sums of the cages are pretty narrow. We can't do lower than 8. Sorry, we can't do lower than 15. We can't do higher than 18. Okay, so now we have to ask ourselves if we can do better than that, which probably we can. Alima points out there's a 2-cell cage hiding up here. The 2-cell cage is not going to sum to 18 because that would require a double 9. And that would require a Schrodinger cell here, which we don't have in this puzzle. In this puzzle, because of the indexing, we can't put 2 9s in this cage. So this is actually at max 17. Yes, these pencil marks are just for explanation, but I have continued to point back to them as I've done this some math. I'm not sure if I need them anymore, but I may or may not continue to need them for just a moment more as I investigate the rest of the world. Likewise, this is just me recording what the total is. It's not, these are not real pencil marks. Yeah, so I don't think I need these anymore. Okay, so these 3 cells either sum to 15 again, or if the total was 16, these 3 would sum to 12. Or if the total was 17, I would have 2 of these cages would sum to 34. I would need these 3 to sum to 11. All of that seems plausible-ish to me. Let's see. I'm trying to decide if we know if we can do any better than any of that. So I guess here's a point. This cage is a 2-cell cage that sums to 15, 16, or 17. So the absolute minimum digits it can have in it are 6, 7, 8, and 9. Those are the only digits that can possibly go in here. Now, let's see. If this is a 9, it would put a 5 there. That seems okay. I guess I know this digit isn't a 4 or 5, so if this happened to be a middle digit, it would have to be a 6 exactly. One of these digits is low, for whatever that's worth. Now, likewise, I can't go more than 2 above the minimum here. Sorry, the minimum is 15, so this is at most 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't put an 8 or a 9 in this box ever. If you minimize all of it, you end up with 16. Oh, column 3, I see. Okay. So this is a smart point to notice. Thank you, Garion. And this is going to be huge. The 1 is really going to matter. So I get 2 cages total that come from these digits. Well, what's the minimum these digits could sum to? And this is a really good spot by Garion. These digits sum to, at a minimum, 28. Plus these 2, which sum to a minimum of 3. So that means the total sum of these 2 cages is at least 31. And, well, I can't get to 31 if I have 2 15 cages. So, in fact, the minimum sum is at least 32. So I get that the total is either 16 or 17. Now, that means that there's no 6 up here. And it also means there's definitely a 9. And that's going to start getting me somewhere, because the fact that there's definitely a 9 up here tells me that this digit's always a 4 or a 5. So that is going to be rather large, I feel like. If this were 7 or 8, I would put something over there. I don't know if that's immediately useful. Okay. What can these digits be on the outside of the column? Because the absolute maximum... So, the absolute maximum that these things total to is, in fact, remember, 34. That would be double 17. And so these sum to at least 28. So these 2 need to sum to at most 6. So these can't actually ever be 6 or 7. I'm going to move my 16 and my 17 over to here because I think I want to write about this cell. So these sum to 28 if these two are 8 and 9. What if I don't put... In fact, doesn't the 9 have to go exactly here? Because if I... What happens if I put a 9 in these digits? Is that possible? If I put a 9 in these digits, then these digits, instead of summing to at least 28, they now sum to at least 30. I guess that's technically okay. I certainly can't use the 1, though. Let's see. Let's see. Niv believes that the total can't be 17. It would be really nice if the total couldn't be 17. 9 can't be in column 1 in box 1 anymore. Why can't the 9 be in column 1 in box 1? Because now... Let's see if... okay. So there's an interaction between these two cages, is I think what Niv is pointing out. So if I maximize this cage, it would be, say, a 5 and a 3 and a 9, or something like that. Which would be 17. Yeah, the only way this works is if this is a 3-9 pair with a 5. That's the only way I get 17. But now I've ruled out the possibility, because I have not put a 1 in any of these digits, I've ruled out the possibility that there's a 9 in any of these cells at all, which now maxes these out at 8, 8, 6, 3, and 8, 6, 3... Wait, 8, 6, 3 is 17. Okay, so... And if this is 863, that is 17, but what's that going to do? That is going to put... I don't quite see why this can't be 863. Because that seems to total to 17 to me. I agree it's very close to breaking, but I don't quite... like, I feel like if I just bifurcated, I would break it because of this cage, but I don't feel that it's not crystal clear to me how I can do it without that. Let's see. I want to look at this a little more and see if we can do it more easily, and then if not, we will bifurcate using Navario's thing. We'll just write it out, and then we'll see it all happen. So I think Navario, what's happening here, I believe, is that Navario can visualize better what this looks like if I continue down this chain better than I can. It being 16 is also going to be really hard, because if it's 16, it's 28, 31, you only have 1 degree of freedom on all of this. So if it's 16, then I'm going to need a 7, 8, 9 here. This is going to be the last 7, 8, 9 for the row. Could one maybe do this with this cage? So if I want this to total to 15, then what do I need? I need 953. 953 is the only way to do that. So now what's the maximum of these two digits? Now the maximum of these two digits is an 8 and a 2. Sorry, no, an 8 and a 6 is 14. Oh, I guess, never mind. That seems fine. In fact, I could even put the 8 there and the 9 there, and it would be okay. Does putting a 3 in one of these, putting a 9 here, does that break this cage? Does it make this cage sum to something too big? So he said we wanted this to be 953, and then we wanted this to be 863. I don't quite see it. Oh yeah, good point, Gary. And my point was more I could make this cage absolutely huge, even with those restrictions. But yeah, you're right. I can't put 8 here, because that will make these two already sum to 17, and that is too many. Let's see. Okay, so Carl says here's how to think about it. If this is 368, where is the 8 going? So if the total is 17, the 8 is not going here. So the 8 is going in one of these two. And so there's a 1 over in one of these two cells. And so now we're hypothecating here that we're hypothecating here that the total is 17. So this is an 8, 9 in this hypothesis. That's a 5, and then we've got a 9 and a 3 over here to make this work. And so now this cage has a 1 in it, and so the other two digits need to add to 16, but that only works if they need a 9. So I agree it breaks. That really feels like a chain to me, but it's so telegraphed that you're supposed to look at this. Like, I think, like, there's no additional information in the puzzle, so I think looking at this is totally fair, and totally reasonable, both from a setting and solving perspective. But this definitely feels like a chain, and it wouldn't surprise me if there were a better way to do it. But it definitely works because of the fact that you can't put an 8 over here anymore. So that means that the total is 16. And if the total is 16, that has a lot of consequences. So first of all, these sum to a minimum of 28. These sum to a minimum of 3. So in total, these cages sum to a minimum of 31 and a maximum of 32. So I only have 1 degree of freedom here to maybe put a 3. And if I look at this column, I can no longer put a 9 in any of these places. So I need to put the 9 either there or there, but I can only put the 9 here now. So that's a 9, that's a 3. In order to make that work. Right. And now this total is 16, so I know exactly what it is. It has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, That is a good point. You might be just a smidge behind, Josh. Probably nothing like too large, but we did that a little bit ago. Okay, so the total is 16. Well, remember 16, so there's no 8 here anymore. This is a 7, 9. Okay, 16. Okay, and so I'm not using a 3 over here in this cage. So I'm now, if I absolutely max this cage out, I now get a 9, a 2, and a 5, which is 16. So this has to be a 5 and a 2, 9. The 9 is going to not do anything. The 2 is going to put a 9 over there. I'm not using a... the 5, by the way, puts a 9 there and a 7 there. This cage, if I max it out, it's going to be 8, 6, 3. 8, 6, 3... 863 is still 17, so I can't... I don't think I can rule out 863 in this universe like I could in the previous universe. This digit on the outside... I don't think it can be a 6. Because if I make this digit on the outside a 6, then I've replaced a 6 with a digit that's 8 or higher. That's too many degrees of freedom. So I think this just has to be an 8 in order to make this column work. And as soon as that happens, as soon as this 8 happens, then that now means this can't be 3, 6, 8. So now actually the maximum is 736. 736 is 16, so this is 736. That one's not the 7, of course. Which does mean, as I think Carl is pointing out, that there's a 7 in one of these two cells. Now, these now do sum to 28, so I need these to sum to 4, so there's no 2 in there. This is a 1-3 pair. 3 does not give you a 1, so 6 gives you the 1, just over there. There isn't a 1 or a 3 in here. These are a 2, 4, 6. Let's see, and I think we said before if we indexed a 7 over into here, that was going to be a problem. If I do index a 7 over into here... Sorry, if I index a 1 over into here, the maximum I can get to is 187. Oh, 187 is 16, so that's still okay. Oh, well, sorry. I'm definitely indexing. What am I talking about? I'm trying to disprove a 7 in a place where I already have a 7. Never mind. There definitely is a 1 in one of these two cells by our pencil marks. So this is 178. It just doesn't have any other choices. That one's not a 1. So these digits are a 3, 4, and 6. But those aren't 6, so that's 6. Oh, that's column 8, sorry. Thank you, I can't count. Sorry. Yes, 1 in one of these two cells, sorry. So I don't know that there's a 1 in the cage. 7 and 8 are different digits, agree. And you know there's, in fact, I just know the contents of this cage. I might as well just write out the contents of this cage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These aren't 7 or 3. They are 1 and 5. These aren't 1 and 5. So they are 3 and 7. Row 1, column 2 is still a 2, though. Yes, because I still need to put a 2 in here. So that's a 2. These two digits are a 9 and a 4. These two digits are a 3 and a 4. Looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, these are a 3 and a 4. Okay. So that means we know the contents of this cage exactly. Because these digits come from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so the sum of 1, 6, 7, 8 is 22. 22 is how much more than 16? 22 is 6 more than 16, which means I have to remove the 6 and put the 6 there. Okay, so that's the 1, that's the 7, that's the 3, that's the 1, that's the 5, that 7 placed the 1 there, that 3 placed the 1 there, that makes that an 8 and that a 7. So that is, that's that. That's one of my favorite little Sudoku tricks, by the way, is the if you have 4 digits that are going to make up a 3-cell cage, you can just add them and then subtract. Let's see. Row 2, column 3. Ah, right. This gets indexed. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. So this is a 3, courtesy of this 5 getting placed. Let's see. What are these digits? Maybe I should write these out. These are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 8. These aren't 6. This one in particular probably is. It's not 2. Oh, in fact, it's definitely a middling digit. It's either 4 or 5. So that's never a 5. Let's see. All right. People in chat are pointing out wisely that I've used the 2 highest digits up here, which has probably eaten away a bunch of degrees of freedom. So the maximum I can now make this is 862. 862 is 16, so this has to be 862. Doesn't really do me a lot of good. So now these are... It is going to give me a digit in here, though, so it's going to give me stuff. These are a 1, a 4 or 5, and a 7. So in particular, this is a 3 and that's a 1, and that 1 gives me a 4 there. So that's not a 4. So that through the medium of placing these digits down here and doing that, I got a digit out of that. So that was a very cool sort of flourish by the setter there. So there's a 5. Yeah, I guess we already knew this. There's a 5 down here. It's an 8 or a 9 in here. A 1 or a 2. Doesn't really tell me a whole lot. Why can't it be 817? It can't be 817 because the 3 pink digits in a 159 puzzle need to be 1 low, that is 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 7, 8, 9. So if you think about what would happen if this was 817, I'd be indexing a 5 into the 8th column and a 5 into the 7th column. And that would put 2 5s here into box 6 to answer Shek's question. So the maximum is actually a lot lower than it looks because of the fact that I need to use a low digit. And that's how this ended up working out. Ah, yes, we can remove these. These are not 5. Good point. Let's see. Definitely a 7 over here somewhere. Okay, what's the maximum on these digits? I guess the maximum on these 2 digits is still pretty high. It's still 10. If it's 8 and 2. Oh, sorry, no, it's not even 8 and 2. It's 8 and 4 is the minimum, or sorry, is the maximum on these. So that just tells me that this digit's at least 2. That's not super helpful. Let's see. I do know that there's a 7 over here. let's see. Protera. By the way, welcome, Protera. I'm not sure I have seen you around, but welcome. Glad to have you here. Asks about where 1 in column 9 is going to go. Good point. Okay, so the 1 in column 9 can't go here. Could the 1 go here? So if this is a 1, I would need these two digits to be what? If this is a 1, I'm trying to make these two sum to 15. They would either have to be 6 and 9 or 7 and 8. Well, they couldn't be 7 and 8 because of this. So just to pencil mark it. One of these two is a 1. Let's see. They couldn't be 7 and 8, so they'd have to be 6 and 9. So the 6 would go there, and the 9 would go there, because there's a 2, 9 up here. I don't think I see a reason this can't be 6 immediately. Row 4, column 4, and row 4, column 5 only have 2 options. Let's see. They're not 2, 6, 8. They're not 1, 3. They're not 7. So they are from 4. And they're not 5 either. Good, good. So they are 4 and 9. That is a really good spot, actually. I would not have seen that right away. So yeah, these are only 4, 9. So these aren't 4. That was great. Let's see. 9 would be falsely indexed. Oh, if this was a 1, it would put a 9 here. Oh, no, sorry. We were talking about if this is a 1. Sorry, I understand now. Okay. Naverio was saying that, yeah, and many other people. I was saying that this could be a 1 if this was a 6 and this was a 9, except if this is a 9, this cell needs to be an 8. So that's not a 1. That's a 1. Good catch to chat. So that being a 1 makes that a 9, makes that a 4, makes that a 9. Means the 9 is over or down in one of these cells. It's not that one. The 9 is in one of these two cells. Makes this a 7 or an 8. Which makes this a 4 or a 6. So at minimum, this is 4 plus 7. Would need this to be a 5. At maximum, this is 6 plus 8. Would need this to be a 2. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe. Oh, except I know that this is a 4 because that's a 9. So, I mean, technically everything I said is true, except I know that's a 4, which is going to change the calculus of that somewhat. Because now the maximum I can make these two is 12. So I need this to be at least 4. So this cell is a 5, which makes that an 8. I'll do that before I remember. These two sum to 9, so that's a 7. That being a 7 makes that a 9. Let's see. Okay, so that's not a 7 anymore. Let's see. Did I do any other indexing that I need to go back to? Ooh, sorry to hear that, Logan. That does not sound good. That is not the kind of coming back from vacation that we hope for. Okay, we know what these 3 digits are. I should fill them in. They are 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. A 6. And we need a 7. That one's not the 5 because of the 5 getting indexed. It's also not the 5 because of that. Oh, interestingly, we have a triple left in the column because of this 3-7 pair. So these digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a 6. 789 yen. And of course, this can't be a 6 because I can't put a 1 there. This can't be a 1 because I can't put a 7 there. So this is 2 or 6. Say one of these two is the 1. And we've got a 2-6 pair here, interestingly, as well in this row. So because of that 2-6 pair, these are from 3, not 4. We still need a 5. We still need a 6. We've got a 7. We still need an 8. This one I know is not a 3. Could actually be a 5, as far as I'm able to tell. This one's definitely not a 5 or an 8. This is a 3 or a 6. Interesting. Okay. Oh, wait. I did not do that right, because the whole point of that was for me to use the 2-6 pair. So I think I just typed the wrong digits. Let me type these digits again, because I literally was trying to avoid putting a 2-6 pair in because I saw the 2-6 pair, and then I typed in digits. I think I hit the wrong button. Okay. I do not need a 2. I need a 3. Don't need a 4. Need a 5. Don't need a 6 or a 7. Need an 8. Don't need a 9. Okay. This one, I don't think I know anything. Oh, sorry. I know it's not a 3 because there's a 3 in the box. This one is not a 5 or an 8, so it is a 3. Just, it is a naked single 3. So that's a 5. So that's a 6. That's a 2. That's an 8. These aren't 2. That's a 1. That's a 6. That's a 2. What are these two digits? They are a 6, which goes there, and an 8, which goes there. That 3 looks up and gives us that 4 and that 3. Let's see. These two digits are an 8 and a 6. There's a pencil mark issue in column 3. Just removed 4s instead of 2s in column 3. Oh, thank you. At least it's an easy to fix catastrophe. Let's see, we need a 2, we've got a 3, 4, we need a 5, and an 8. 5, 8, so we know what these digits are, which is going to, after I fill it in, give us this digit. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not the 9 or the 3. Wait, none of these are 9. Don't listen to that. This is a 1, 3, 7 triple. So what is this digit? Oh, I guess I already know this digit by virtue of the box even. This is a 2 to finish the box. No, it's not. Try again. This is a 5 to finish the box. This has been a 2 for some amount of time that we won't discuss. So that's a 2. So we've got that. So that's not a 5. That's a 3-7 pair. Cute. The 3-7 pair is going to get broken up by this cage. Let's see. So let's count. 2 would put a 1 there. 5 would put a 1 there. 8 would put a 1 there. I guess all of those are possible. That's right. I forgot you're a fellow Iowan. It is nifty that there are so many Iowans in Sudoku somehow. Let's see. We need a 1, a 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 9. That one can't be the 9 because it would need to be indexed by an 8 because there's a thing over there or whatever. So this is a 1 or a 2. One of these two has to be the 9. Let's see. Could this be a 9? If this were a 9, 9 plus 5 is 14. This would need to be a 2. It can't be, so that has to be the 9. I deleted the wrong pencil mark in box 7. Where? Row 7, column 6. Okay, anyway. This is a 9, so that's a 6, and that's an 8, and that's a 9, I believe. You will correct me if I am incorrect, but I believe that my argumentation there was legitimate. Now, speaking of, I know that these two things are supposed to sum to 11, and that's never going to happen if that's a 3, because this would need to be an 8. So that's a 7, which means this is a 4. That's a 3. That's a 7. That's a 3. So 9 plus what is 16? It needs to be 7. So these are a 1, 2, 4 combination. So that's the 4. This is the 1, 2. Thank you, Glum Hippo. That 1, 2 pair makes that a 7. Makes these not a 7. Makes that not a 1 or a 4, actually. This is never a 7, because that's not a 5, so this is a 5. There's also a 7 in the row. Take your pick. So this is not a 2 or a 5, so it's an 8. That 8 makes that a 1, a 2, a 2. I probably know what this digit is if I think really hard. Although my track record with identifying what digit is missing today has been particularly bad. That 6 looks up and gives us a 2. That 2 comes over here and gives us a 9 and a 2. That 2 gives us a 9 and a 4. Let's see. This row is done except for that digit, which is a 6. This column is done except for that digit, which is an 8. That 2 looks over and says that's not a 2 or an 8, so it's a 5, and that's a 4. This column is missing an 8. This is the last puzzle, I believe, for tonight. There will be more on Wednesday, fear not. This 4 looks over and says that's a 6 and that's a 4. The 2 looks over, says that's a 5 and that's a 2. This being a 5 makes that a 1. This being a 2 makes that a 1 and that a 3. I probably know what this is. It's not a 1, 4, or 5, so it's got to be the 7. Oh, so sad, Grockles. You made the ride through almost the whole puzzle and then did not quite get there. 2, 3, 4. Let's see. This is a 5, and 4, 5, 6, and that's a 7. Nice puzzle. Continuing to crunch through the puzzles fairly quickly. We got through... Actually, you know what? I have time to do a short puzzle. Because I know Tristan just started dinner. So I think I have on good authority this is a short puzzle. So we'll do one more puzzle. We'll see if I turn out to be horribly mistaken like I did last time. But I'm pretty sure this is a short puzzle. So yes, really nice puzzle, Chili. I enjoyed the combination of the combination of the constraints there. Yes, nice debut. So we're going to try and do this one medium quick. And then I'll go have dinner and quit in plenty of time for Ranks to start his GeoGuessr stream. And GeoGuessr and word games. So should be in good shape. So the rules in this puzzle are Kropke dots, which tell us that these two digits are consecutive. And so any pair of digits across a white dot are consecutive. Not all dots are given, so you don't have to worry about any of that. Digits in squares are even, because a square has an even number of sides. Digits in circles are odd, because circles have an odd number of sides. And these things are palindromes, which means that these strings read the same forwards and backwards. So, yes, I've already spent an hour thanks to the time change. Fortunately, I'm not in the UK, so I don't get an hour added to my time for that. If I was, then I assume I would. So we're going to follow the convention of marking in orange digits that are odd, and in blue digits that are even, because orange starts with O and blue doesn't. So we'll start like that. By the way, note these are not thermos, even though with the orange circle it looks kind of like a thermo. It's actually a palindrome. And so because of that being a palindrome, this digit gets reflected here, so that digit's definitely odd. This digit gets reflected here, so that digit's definitely odd. And we're off to the races. Let's see, we have almost all of the... Oh, because circles are O's and orange starts with an O. That's an interesting theory. I mean, it all ties together so nicely, doesn't it? With the way that circles have one side and one is odd. Squares have four sides and four is even. It all works out fairly nicely. There's only one more even left in this whole box. I don't know if that tells us anything, unfortunately. Likewise, there's only one even left in this whole box. Okay, let's see. These two are the same. No, this swirl doesn't quite communicate all the way around the grid the way you would hope. As the trick you're often going to see with these dots is that every dot has both an odd and an even number on it. And so you can count, for example, we've used 4 of the 5 odds in this box by doing that. Let's see. All primes are either odd or very odd. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. At most, one of these two cells is even. See, that's annoying, because I know about 4 odds in these cells in this box, and I know one of these two is odd, but I don't know that it's not that one, which would satisfy both of them. And so these could both be odd. If these are both odd, then there's one more odd down there, and then it works out okay. Hey, Chip, welcome. Glad to see you. I saw you hanging out in Rank's stream earlier, so hopefully you had... Yes, I use the very strong Goldbach conjecture comic on my tests when I teach number theory quite often. Okay, how on earth do I do this? This is proving more difficult than I was anticipating. Yeah, I've been a big XKCD fan for a long time. Okay, at least one of these is odd, if not both. So at least one of these is odd. But we're in the same situation where at least one of these is odd, and I know there's odds there. But that doesn't really help. Somehow there's a lot of cults in Wisconsin, it seems like. Yeah, so maybe an alternate. Yeah, so I think coloring. Let's just color this. And so this is orange or blue. I don't know which one. This is orange or blue. I don't know which one. And let's see if this gets us anywhere. So this is also going to be purple. This is also going to be yellow. This is also going to be yellow. See, this is the problem, is it just doesn't percolate anywhere. Like, I was thinking it was going to sort of loop around the circle when I looked at it, but then when I did it in my head, it didn't. And then when I just did it just now, it didn't, which is all very disappointing. Uh, oh. Sorry, I'm being a little ridiculous, I think. Where did these digits go in this box? I think that's the question I'm supposed to ask, because this is a literal palindrome. So I don't think the question is, uh, I don't think we're supposed to be thinking uh, about just the parity. I think we're also supposed to be thinking about the specific digits. Uh, Enjoy your shut-eye chili. See you soon, hopefully. Let's see. Finland says row 8 column. Oh, in the version where I was coloring things, this. Okay. Ah, yes, this is yellow. So yeah, if we want to go back to that. So but I think the key is to look at the individual pairs of digits. Unfortunately, if I look at these two digits, I know they go there, so I know they go up here. But then the thing I learned is they're not both even, but I already knew they were both even. Oh, but now we ask where yellow goes in this box. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, so this yellow-purple thing is actually very useful. Uh, so I should not think of yellow and purple as I should not think of yellow and purple as parities. I should think of yellow and purple as specific digits, which, I mean, they are specific digits. But if I realize yellow is a specific digit, then I can ask, okay, where does yellow go? Wait, no, sorry. Yellow is not a specific digit because I just used the Kropke dot to do it. So we can't just ask where yellow goes in box 1 because yellow might be different digits. Yeah, because the yellows I was just coloring a parity. So let's remind people how we got here. I just started by arbitrarily coloring this yellow, this purple. The two purples are the same, but these could be two apart. If I think about it. And these two are the same. So maybe I can color these like yellow light gray and these yellow dark gray because these are the same. And they're definitely different. Yeah, so I think I was over focusing on coloring for parity. I don't think that's actually what's really going on here. If yellow light gray and yellow dark gray were the same color, then where would that color go in box 1? And the answer is actually nowhere because, actually, wait, could it be 6? If they were both the same, it would have to be 6. They couldn't go here. So yeah, I think if these are the same, they're both 6. Okay. Now. Okay, so let's undo that for a second. Okay, so Ken's asking where 6 goes in box this one, in box 2. So 6 can't go in any of these places. 6 can't go here because it would reflect back to there. Let's see. Is it more restricted than that? Yes, 6 goes either on the dot or up here. Well, yeah, I guess I was not even bothering to highlight them. But yes, 6 is not odd. I agree. Uh, so yeah, so 6 is in one of these 3 spots. Uh, let's see, 6 can't go in row 3, column 6. Let's see, if 6 went there, it would go there. What's the problem with this? I don't quite see it. If 6 goes... So if 6 does go here, then of course it goes there, which now means it goes here. This is going to let us continue chasing the 6 around a little bit at least. Where is 6 in column 4? Oh, that's a good question. 6 in column 4 we know is at least in this box. Because 6 can't appear on this palindrome. It's not odd. It can't appear on either of these palindromes in those spots. So we know there's a 6 in one of these cells. Similar for 4 in box 8. Oh, similar to the 6 over here. Probably similar for 4 in the column, too, right? 4 in this column can't go there, can't go there or there. So can do a similar thing where 4 has to go in one of these cells. And yeah, 4 has to go in one of these cells. Is there a reason that all 3 of these cells can't be even? Because I'm noticing I have to put all 3 of these evens in row 9, for example. And if this cell happens to be odd, then instantly all of these become even. Is that impossible for some reason? Uh, uh, and of course, you could do the same trick up here. These 3 odds have to appear in row 1. Where do they go? They only have 4 places they can go. So I guess one way to phrase that is I know at least 2 of these cells are even. This is not super a lot. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to ask where these 3 blues go in column 8. So one of them maybe goes here. But then the other 2 have to go up here. So there's at least 2 evens up here in this column. Let's see. Is there more restriction I can say about where these 4 evens go in column 8? Let's see. If this cell is one of those evens, it's a 4. Otherwise, it's the other even. I'm not so sure anymore. I swore this was rated as a 2 difficulty on LMD. Uh, Maybe I misremembered. Uh, what if this even isn't one of these 3 evens? The even that's on this dot. If it's a different even, then the evens on these 3 dots have to all go exactly there. Is that a problem? Uh, is this a Fistamafel ring puzzle? I'm now seeing this pattern, and maybe I'm just staring at this for too long. I am just seeing that pattern emerge. Uh, but I don't see what I'd do with it. Am I supposed to count how many evens there are on the Fistamafel ring? That really doesn't feel right, because I don't know anything about how many evens there are over here. So I guess it's maybe worth pointing out if one of these two was a 4, it would have to go with a 5, because there's a 3 there. And 4 and 3 are consecutive. This could well be set. I do not know. Okay, let's clear the coloring, and let's try doing random sets. So row 2, 3, column 8, 9. Sorry, row 2, 3, 8, 9. Okay, so 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay, that sounds better. I was thinking that you were galaxy braining it with having an asymmetric one. Okay, so those and 2 columns 2, 3, 8, 9. Sorry, 2, 3, 7, 8. Okay, so we get rid of those. We get rid of the overlap. And then we do a bunch of set canceling across the palindromes. Okay, so the key thing that's going on here is we're keeping it always so that the same set of digits appear in yellow and blue. And so when I have a palindrome like this, I can just cross them out. And this like that. Yeah, I think this is exactly what it is. This like that. This like that. These go away. These go away. These go away. Yep, this is exactly what it is. Good job. Okay. So the point of all of this is that we've maintained it always so that wait. I did that wrong somehow. No, sorry. I didn't do it wrong. These are both now just even. That's the point. These are 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. Somehow in my head, suddenly one of these was labeled as odd. Okay, so that's the whole point of this, is that these two end up being even. And so now I think if we go back and redo everything with the knowledge that in advance these are even, I think we might have a better time. So I'm now going to switch back to letting blue denote digits that are even. O denote digits that are odd. And let's see if that that does us more, lets us do more damage. I do appreciate that the set is set up so that the instant you see it, it just everything just melts immediately, and you just know exactly what's going on. Uh, so let's look at this. So now, how do I use the fact that these two are even? Oh, I didn't actually finish all of the coloring. That one is also odd. Uh, those two are also odd. Let's see. I was hoping that this would make the various questions of the form, where does blank go in blank, more useful. Let's see. Row 7, column 4 can't be 4. It would force 6 in row 2, column 6. Let's see. Okay, so if these were both 4. Let's see. Sam asks where row 3, column 1 goes in box 4. Well, it can't go on those places. It can't go on here. It can't go any of those places. So I know that this thing in... so this cell, in fact, both of these cells... No, just this cell, it goes on this palindrome. Does that help? I mean, so I know it goes in that column in one of those places. Like it's nice, but I don't see what it gets me immediately. Six looks down. Well, yeah, I just never bothered to write in what these could be. Maybe it's worth it. Yeah, I mean, I agree that it is a very smart thing to observe. I don't see how to use it yet. I'm still constantly looking at the fact that these two digits go here, so they go up here somewhere. So 2 of these 3 digits are these 2 digits. Like this orange digit has to go in one of these 2 places, for example. That digit goes in one of these 2 places. Let's see, row 3, column 1 in box 1. Okay, so let's try and look at Derek's comment simultaneously with Sam. So Derek says, where does this digit go in box 2? It doesn't go in any of those places. It doesn't go there or there. It doesn't go in either of these places. So this digit goes in one of these two places. It could be roping. It could well be that this is roped or is not roped or something like that. How do you know that, Nickel? If you can prove that to me, I would be very happy. It's ridiculous, but you found something. I'll take it. So I'm imagining that this cell is this cell. If it's here, it means it's also there. Okay, let's try and go. So I tried to unify the colorings, but it did not connect anywhere any way I'd tried to do it. It's not to say that there's not a way to do it. I bet there's a way to do it. I just could not figure out how to make use of it. Okay, so all of Sam's argument hinges upon this cell. This cell already we know only goes in one of two places in this box. So I'm going to make these two places the two places that this cell could go. And so Sam's point is if this goes here, it breaks eventually. So I want to see if we can follow through. So this digit here in this box is not in any of these places. It's not in any of these places. So like where can it be in this box? Not there either. It can be in one of these two places in this box. So it's in one of these two places in this box. To row 6, column 3. So if it's there, then it's there. So then it's there, then it's there. And that breaks because of the Kropke dot. So this digit is across two Kropke dots, one there and one there. Oh no, it doesn't work. That is okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's now... Jay wants to color row 3, column 4 for parity. Okay, I'm very happy to do that. So we're going to go to row 3, column 4. Oh, that's beautiful. It's the same as row 4, column 3, so if I screw up which is which, it's okay. Okay, we're going to make these the parity of yellow. So this is the parity of not yellow, so we'll make it green. Now, so this is green. So this is yellow. Remember, it's not necessarily the same yellow. It's just the same parity as yellow. So then this is yellow. So if this is blue, it's the last blue of the box. Now, if row 2, column 4... Three, column 4... Yes, if this is odd, this is even, because I only get one more odd in box 2. I agree this doesn't feel very 3 out of 5 to me, but who knows? So if this is odd, this is even. Okay, so if this is odd, immediately yellow is even. So then I think the desire is to say if this is even, yellow also ends up being even. Do I understand correctly what I'm trying to do, Jay? I don't think I quite follow this. Oh, okay. So if this is odd, this is even. If this cell is odd, if this cell is even, okay, so now let's imagine the universe where, so yellow is even if this cell is odd. Let's imagine the universe if this cell is itself actually even. So let's give it a name. Let's call this dark gray, I suppose. Now, if dark gray is even, dark gray goes here automatically. Which does something. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I follow this. Oh, okay. So instead of doing that, imagine that yellow is odd. Okay, so Follow row 9, column 7 if yellow is odd. So if yellow is odd, then if yellow is even. If yellow is even, then yellow goes here. So then yellow ends up I meant to say even. Okay. Are we disproving that yellow is even, or are we proving that yellow is even? I have become quite lost as to what we're doing. If yellow is even, I agree yellow goes here. So now yellow goes not row 9, column 8. Which yellow? Row 9, column 7. Oh, if row 9, column 7 is even. Okay, so if this cell is even... Wait, that has to be odd. Oh, okay, sorry. If yellow is even, this cell's now odd, so that cell's now odd. That's the last odd for this box. So these two are even. Yeah, I don't think I understand what's going on here. Row 7, column 6 is even. Now follow the even in row 7. Okay. So we're going to give this a color, and I'm sorry I have to use purple because I'm out of colors. So we're imagining here that this is odd. And so if this is odd, we've now used all the odds in this box. And so we get a new digit here, which is going to be red, I guess. In this new digit... and so now I'm chasing red, right? Now I'm chasing red back to box 1 via the right-hand side. Okay, so this red... I have no idea what's going on, I'm going to be honest. I am completely lost. There like, we started by imagining something about this digit, and then we talked about this digit, and then we talked about this digit. What are we doing? I am...
I understand this if you want help.
Yeah, go ahead and explain it. You can explain it comfortably to chat.
Okay. So if yellow is even... Sorry. Yes. Sorry, I haven't talked all day.
And so yellow is not a digit, remember.
Right.
Yellow is just a parity. But purple is a digit.
Well, consider purple a parity.
Okay, so purple is a parity. Okay.
Purple is odd.
Okay, so...
So red is even.
Right, so red is even.
So
isn't red yellow?
Forget about that. Sure. Yes. Red would be yellow.
But we now care about the digit red, not the parity of red?
We care about the parity.
Okay.
So keep following the parity.
So we've assumed yellow is even. So
yes.
Purple is odd.
Yes.
So red is even.
Yes.
So this cell is odd. So that cell's odd.
Yep. Keep following it.
So that cell's even.
Yes.
So that cell's even.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's what they were trying to get you to see.
That if this cell is even, then this cell's even? That's what we proved, right? If this cell is even, then this is even?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now, Sam, help out. but that's what they were trying to say. I'll get you a drink.
Okay. So what does that get me? Okay. So we have to go back. So the if this is odd, this is even. That was the original version, right? Row 2, column 4 is even. We get an even in row 1, column 3. Okay. If this is even, that's even. Oh, okay. So you're saying one of these two is always even. Is that the thing we're trying to prove? One of these two cells is always even? Is that what's being said here? I think I lost track of what people were trying, what the eventual punchline was. But I think the punchline, if I understand correctly, maybe I'm wrong, is that one of these two cells is always even. That's the punchline. Okay. I don't understand the proof at all, but it's 8:45, so I'm going to go with it. So one of these two is even. Chat has proven. So these are all odd. So that seems useful to know that all of these are odd. Do people who understand this, are people who are comfortable with this, comfortable that that's what's true, that one of these two is definitely even? I see a dish. One is even or both are odd. Okay. So that lets us orange a whole bunch of stuff. So that lets us even this cell. Because now I have 5 oranges in the row. So I am certain if this is rated 3 out of 5 on LMD, this is not the intended solution path. So now yellow is blue because now, yes, now there are too many oranges here. So now yellow is blue. And so now green is orange. Now, sorry, I was going to say now blue is, but I was about to say now blue is blue, which is true, and is about the state of my brain at the moment. But, okay, so now, if purple is even, then it has to go here. If purple is even, then it goes here. And now where am I putting my evens in row 7? And the answer is I can put 1 here, 1 there, but I can't put any more there. Oh, in fact, there just are 4 blues in box 9, right? So purple is definitely not even. I don't think we need a sophisticated argument for that. These are all odd. These are all odd. Okay. So now if I look at this row, I now have 4 odds. There's an odd one here, so this is even. Red is blue, I am being told. Yes, there's 1 more orange in here, and the orange is on this dot, so this is blue. This is orange, so that's orange, so that's blue, so that's blue, so that's orange. Orange, so that's orange. Okay, one of these is orange, so that's blue as well. That's the last blue for this row, so that's orange. Let's see. Now, the last blue in column 8 is on this dot, so that's orange. The last orange in box 2 is on this dot, so that's blue. So that's the last blue for the row, so that's orange. That's the last blue for column 5. So all of these become orange. That seems big. So those two become orange by palindrome. These two become blue by dot. These two become blue by palindrome. That's the last blue in this box, and the last blue in this box. That's the last orange in this box, so these two become blue. This is blue by dot. Let's see. I got one more even over here. I can rule out 6 from this cell now that I can rule out 4 from that cell now because of that. Let's see. Has my coloring come to an end? Do I now have to think about numbers? Row 2, column 9 in box 9. Okay, that goes there. Aha! Aha! Eric has it. Sorry, Derek has it. Row 2, column 9 in box 9 now has to go there. So this is a 4. We have digits! Digit dance. We have a digit. We have a digit. Okay. So this is a 3 or 6. So this is a 3 or 6, but it's not a 3. Sorry. Where did I get 3 or 6 from? It is a 3 or 5. 3 or 5. But it's not a 3 because of that. So it's a 5. So this is a 5. Close enough. Approximately. Okay. 3 or 5. So now 5 in box 9 goes there by thingy thing. Let's see. Carl asks about row 8, column 1 in box 1. Right. This in box 1 is going to have to be 6. So that's a 6. This is a 5 or a 7. So that's a 5 or a 7. Unfortunately, that doesn't tell me this isn't a 6. Right. This is next to 5, and it's not a 6 from much, much, much earlier. So because this is next to 5 and it's not a 6, it has to be a 4. So that's a 4. So that's not a 4 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. In fact, 4 in this box is now placed here. So this is a 2 or an 8. Let's see. Tristan says the 5 in column 5 is already there. So that's a 7, and that's a 7. Agree. So 4 in box 2 can't go there or there. So that's the 4 in box 2. So now that's the 6 in box 2. So that's the 6 down there. So now these are not 6, so that's a 6, and we get an actual colored digit. So these are 2 or 8. Yes, we should have just listened to you from the beginning. 4 and 5 is also placed. Good point. 4 and 5 goes here. That is the 4. This is a 2 or an 8. Let's see. Can finish the 6s. Let's see. Yes, that's the 6. It's not a 6. That's a 6. And that's a 6. Okay, so progress is being made. All the remaining evens are 2. No, not quite. But this I can place as a 4. Let's see. Do I have all the 4s now? Seem to have all the 4s now. So all the remaining evens are 2 or 8. This is not a 4. Okay, where is the 2 or 8 going to be helpful? So I want something that can't be any of the digits that are next to one of 2 or 8. I may not get it, but that is what I would like in my fantasy kitchen. I can maybe mark that the odds that are left in this row, this actually only has 2 options. This is always a 1 or a 3, so that's a 1 or a 3. Yeah, so 1, 3, 7, 9 on the white dots in general. They cannot be 5. Let's see. Does that let us place any 5s? Well, the 5 I can just place here, just by regular Sudoku, not by anything fancy. Thanks for stopping by, Kuraban. Enjoy your breakfast. So this isn't a 5. The 2, 8 in row 4, column 3 is connected to 1 or 9. It's not connected to 2 or 7. Yep, I agree. This is a 1 or a 9, so that's a 1 or a 9. Good spot. Let's see. These digits, let's see. This is not a 3, 7, or a 9, so this is a 1 or a 5. Just for posterity's sake. Let's see. This digit can't be 3, 5, or 7, so this digit's a 1 or a 9. And that gives me a 1-9 pair in the column, which lets me place a 5 there, and lets me place a 7 here. Sevens now look up. That's a 7. Now that's a 7. Row 6, column 1 sees 2 different 2 8s, I am being told. Let's see. Do I want to color the 2 8s? Maybe if I color the 2 8s, then it will. Sorry, I should not use purple. I'll use yellow and green. So that's a 2 8. That's the green 2 8. That's the yellow 2 8. That's the green 2 8. That's the yellow 2 8. That's the green 2 8. That's the yellow 2 8. That's the green 2 8. That's the yellow 2 8. That's the green 2 8. That's the green 2 8. That's the yellow 2 8. So that's the green 2 8. And so now anything that sees both yellow and green is not even, is the point. This is yellow. So is there anything that sees both yellow and green? This cell. This cell does see both yellow and green, as claimed. So this cell is odd. Row 4, column 9, by symmetry, also sees both. So this cell is odd. That was very tricksy to do. Let's see. 5 and 9. Let's see. This is a 1, 3 as well. So this is a 7 or a 9, and it's not a 7, so it's a 9. So that's something, I suppose. I mean, it's a digit. This is a 1 or a 3, because it sees 5, 7, and 9. Let's see. Can I do something similar with 1s and 3s over here? I guess I think that part wasn't symmetric. The 5 in this box has to go here. Just by Sudoku. Let's see. Martin says row 6, column 1. Hey, Math Pesto. We're running a little late today because this puzzle proved more challenging for us than we may have anticipated. Let's see, 1, 3's in box 6. Do I know anything about 1, 3's in box 6? No 7 in box 9. So the 7 in box 9 has to be in one of these two cells. So this is not a 7, or a 5, or a 9. This is a 1 or a 3. People keep saying box 6. I'm trying to understand what's going on in box 6. These digits, pencil row 5, column 7. Row 5, column 7's already been pencil marked. Can't be 7 in row 9, column 7. If that were 7, that would be 7. Right. This can't be a 7. Good point. So if this were a 7, it would put a 7 there, which already sees a 7. So that's a 7. So now this column needs a 1 and a 3. So that's a 1 or a 3 in order to finish the column. So this row needs 1, 3, and 9. So this is a 1, 3, or 9. That's a 1 or a 9. 1 and 3 across from Kropke Green. Aha! Aha! Yes, here. There we go. The one I have not labeled somehow is the one I'm supposed to actually be looking at, because what I've said here is that this thing is next to a 1 or a 2, is next to a 1 or a 3, so therefore it's the 2. So green is 2, is the punchline of this, as chat has observed. So yellow is 8. And so now that yellow is 8, that's a 9. Yeah, I never understood what the box 6 thing people were talking about was. I'm sure it was very clever, but I did not figure it out. That's a 1, that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 1, that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 3. Let's see, these are a 1 and a 9. So 1 and a 9. Uh, oh, did I look at box 4 every time people asked me to look at box 6? I think every time someone asked me to look at box 6, I looked at box 4 instead. That may have explained my problem with identifying what was going on in box 6. Because just now when I was talking about what was going on in box 6, I still looked at box 4. Let's see. This is a 7 and an 8 over here. This 8 is a 9. That would explain a lot. This is not a 9, so that's a 9. 3, 1, 3. Yeah, so this is a 1, just for the row. So that's a 1. Yeah, they're always hiding stuff in the other box 6 when I don't expect it. That's a 9. So one of these two is a 9, and it's that one. So that's a 3. That 1 looks over, sees that that's a 3. That 3 looks down, sees that those are both 1s, so that's a 3. These are a 7 and a 3. But I know the order because of that 3, so that's a 7 and that's a 3. The column now means that this is a 5 or a 7, but it's not a 7, so it's a 5. So that's a 9. Let's see. This is a 3 or a 5, and it's not a 5, so it's a 3. Let's see. Okay, so we've got lots of stuff going on. Let's see. The remaining odd digit in this row is a 7, so it does not go there. So that's the 7. That's my other blue, so that is an 8 and is yellow. This is a yellow as well and is an 8. I like it. All boxes are box 6. There we go. That'll be a much beloved puzzle. Okay, I've got all the blues for this column, so this is an orange. I probably even know what orange it is. It's a 5. Let's see. Well, yes, if you figure that we spent 55 minutes on the break-in and then 10 minutes on the rest of the puzzle, the part of the puzzle after those 55 minutes is definitely a 3. I would agree with that. I still strongly suspect that if it's rated a 3, that there's probably a simpler way to explain what it is we've been doing. Although I do think that LMD users are generally very willing to use chains, and I suspect that this puzzle is very susceptible to chains. So it's possible that the reason why LMD rated it lower is because they just solved it the way that we sort of resisted doing it. But yeah, I'll be interested to... Yes, they misunderstood. They thought you were rating on how many hours it would take. Yeah, I don't know. I think it could be that the LMD user, because a lot of LMD users are really interested in speed solving, and if you're speed solving, then you chain or bifurcate or whatever you want to talk about it, or whatever you want to call it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If that's your sort of intent, if that's what you enjoy, that's great. And then this probably is a 3 out of 5 because you just try making one of these things even, just follow it through and go, oh, it breaks. And then you go back and then you do it the right way. And then, I mean, if you just try making one of these cells odd or even, then you're going to figure out it breaks and then go back to where you started. But yeah, I bet there's a nicer way. And it sounds like Jay has written a slightly cleaner way of explaining this in the Discord. So I'll look forward to reading that. But anyway, thank you for joining me, everyone. It's been a very fun stream. And I thank you for your help getting through this one. I might not have figured this out without the insights of many in chat. But I enjoyed today. I hope you enjoyed today as well. And I look forward to seeing you all next stream. Have a great day. Ranks is streaming word games. Yeah, sorry, Ranks. I said, like, I'll do a short puzzle. There's no way this will take me till the thing. And, well, that did not go well. But anyway, go hang out at Ranks' stream. I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.